To feel the Albert Hall, I'd love to turn you on.
Give me time to realize my crime. Let me love and steal. I have danced inside your eyes. How can I be real? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Precious kisses, words that burn me. Lovers never ask you why. In my heart the fire's burning. Choose my color, find the star. Precious people always tell me that's a step too far. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Words I feel I have spoken. I could waste 1,000 years. Wrapped in sorrow, words are token. Come inside and catch my tears. You've been talking, but believe me, if it's true, you do not know. This boy loves without a reason. I'm prepared to let you go. If it's love you want from me, then take it away. Everything, it's not what you see. It's over today. Do you really want to hurt me? Or do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry?
moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Buenos días tengan todos ustedes.
Good morning to all of you.
Los invitamos a pasar
We
a
kindly
tomar
invite you
sus
to take your
asientos.
seats.
Vamos a dar
We're
inicio
going to start
al tercer
with the third
conversatorio en este foro de la democracia
conversation
latinoamericana.
panel in this
El día de hoy, nuestro moderador
Latin American Forum for Democracy.
es
Today
el
our
licenciado
moderator
Otto
is
Granados Roldán,
Mr. Otto
quien es
Granados Roldán.
subsecretario
He is the
de
Undersecretary of
Planeación, Evaluación y
Planning, Evaluation and
de la Secretaría de
Coordination
Educación
on the
Pública.
Public
Ha sido
Education
embajador
Secretariat.
de México
He
en
has
Chile,
been Ambassador of Mexico in
gobernador de
Chile, Governor of
entre otros
Aguascalientes,
cargos
amongst
públicos.
other
Por favor, subsecretario,
public
tiene la
positions.
palabra.
Please, Undersecretary, the floor is yours.
Días a todas y todos ustedes.
Good morning to all of you.
Muy bienvenidos a este
Welcome to this
conversatorio,
conversation
Construcción de
panel,
Ciudadanía, Mecanismo para el
Construction
Fortalecimiento de la Democracia.
of
Y esta
Citizenship,
mañana tenemos a dos comentaristas, panelistas
Mechanisms
de
to
lujo,
Strengthen
dos muy
Democracy. We
distinguidos
have
líderes
two
políticos
luxury speakers,
latinoamericanos,
two very important Latin American
con los que
leaders,
vamos a conversar
with
precisamente
which we
sobre
are
uno
going
de los
to discuss
grandes
one
desafíos
of
que
the
tiene
great challenges that
Me toca simplemente
the
hacer
region
una
has.
brevísima introducción.
I'm going to make a brief introduction, if you allow me.
Como bien lo sabe el
As you well
presidente
know,
Carlos Mesa y el
as
presidente Cerezo,
President Mesa and
el
President Cerezo
pensamiento
know,
convencional nos
conventional
dice que hay una
thinking says
correlación
that there is a
alta,
correlation,
muy
a
alta
high or
entre
very high
democracia,
correlation
ciudadanía,
between
crecimiento,
democracy,
educación y
citizenship,
participación.
growth,
Pero parece
and
ser que
participation.
nuestra región
But
ya no
it
es
seems
tan
that in our
clara
region,
esta correlación,
this correlation
no
is
es tan
no longer
automático.
so
Bien, hay
clear, or
elementos
not
adicionales
so
que
automatic, or
debemos
there are
considerar
automatic
ahora.
elements that we
Por
need to
ejemplo,
take in
me gustaría
consideration
dar
now. For
solamente
instance, I would like to give you two pieces of that. In Latin America, the school years that are normally associated precisely with the levels of democratic consolidation and political participation have been growing, but this has not been translated into greater levels of political electoral participation, valuation of democracy, or civic culture. The legendary Latinobarometer 2016 reports that support to democracy is not improving in the region, reaching in the last report of this 2016 only a discrete 54%, a percentage lower than 20 years ago when the study started to be measured, which was 63% at the time in 1997. But even in countries with school average, with a high schooling average, there's a certain decline, and the opposite, the other way around in some places. Venezuela, that only has about 6 years of average schooling, registers 77% of support. Brazil, that has a little bit more of 7, only 32% of support to democracy, understandable in the conflictive status in which they are. Peru, Chile, of Mexico, which are on 10 years or even almost 10 years, they have 53, 54, and 8 and 48% correspondingly support for democracy. But a very recent study from The Economist showed that the referendum celebrated in Europe, where the schooling years are the highest in Europe, had in the 90s an average participation of 71%. But in the last 5 years, it has been only 41% participation. Now, the economy, on the other hand, has an influence, or seems to have an influence in the satisfaction for democracy, but at the same time, it is important to know that populist economic policies are profitable in the levels of political democratic support. 47% of citizens in Latin America said they will support a non-democratic government provided it alleviates the economic issues. So the admonition of Adam Chaborsky that said that what makes democracy sustainable is not culture but economy. comes into relevance. It seems in conclusion that insatisfaction, disillusion, and democratic disenchantment, whatever you want to call it, in Latin America, or with the goods that supposedly the democratic transition was going to bring to many countries, it was also going to produce in a more or less automatic way full citizenship, like the document of this seminar, of this colloquium says, or high intensity, like Guillermo O'Donnell said, strong, active, participative, and informed citizenship. And this didn't happen precisely in that way. Probably it was an excess to suppose that we were going to have automatic processes in the middle of this democratic thing. So I would like to start the discussion by stating, probably as general topics, 3 questions or 3 reflections or 3 challenges that I put them in the form of questions. The first thing is, if we in Latin America and probably in other places of the world, at the end of a representative democracy that has normal institutions, periodical elections, parliaments, or are we returning to direct democracy with new political institutions, with mechanisms, different mechanisms of expressions, demonstrations, and decisions that are going to be taken every day? The second reflection or the second challenge is, if aren't we before some sort of transition towards a post-democratic society in which we maintain the formal architecture of democracy, but the topics, the causes, the interests are going to go through to different paths in other places. And lastly, plan the challenge, the reflection of if probably we are in an unseen process of a democracy with no policy and with no citizens. No politics and no citizenship. It's what Daniel Innerarity, the Spanish politician, calls nostalgia for the disappeared politics. It's a criticism to its mediocrity, or a despise for the politician whose logic is not fully understood, and we don't know what shape it's going to take or how is it going to manage the decisions that matter collectively. I'd leave these reflections a little bit in the table in order to give now the floor, if you allow me, first of all, to President Carlos Mesa, to whom we will ask about 10-12 minutes of reflection, and then we will talk with President Cerezo, and then we will open to the floor the discussion and the conversation. So go ahead, Mr. Mesa. President Mesa, thank you very much. Allow me 2 notes at the beginning of my participation. The first one, the privilege that I have, and my special thanks for it, in order when I have participated in the 7 Latin American forums that we have had so far. Considering the quality of the guests, I'm not going to include myself in that. It's an extraordinary opportunity. I want to thank particularly the organizers, Lorenzo, Manuel, particularly for this gesture and this deference. Secondly, I would like to celebrate the granting of the Nobel Peace Prize to Juan Manuel Santos, President of Colombia, which represents an extraordinary drive for an individual and collective effort, but well-deserved for President Santos, for that road looking peace in Colombia. The result of the referendum may have many readings, the plebiscite, in fact, but it is a mechanism, a democratic mechanism that sets forth not a way to understand the peace process, but not the peace itself. Let's hope that the Nobel Peace Prize is an international way of telling everybody in the world peace is possible, and we are going to achieve peace. Citizenship is not what it used to be. It cannot be what it used to be. It is living a radical and important transformation process that has to do with the world in which we live and with the instruments that the world in which we live is providing us with. The technology element, internet and the social media, have generated a space of citizen that radically modifies the way in which we understand the idea of participation, and the classic parameters of our constitutions, which are still valid, but not enough so far, of duties and rights. With this idea of the idea that a person becomes a citizen when it turns those duties and rights into a political participation in society. That transformation has to do first with the crisis of the idea of the state-nation. This concept of my citizen belonging is to the nation to which I'm part of. It's only a reference point, but it's not the only reference point. And there we go to two fundamental extremes of a new conception of citizenship. Rosalia was saying this yesterday, and I fully agree with share the concept. The compatibility between the global view, I'm a universal citizen. There's a number of topics that include me in a citizenship that goes beyond the nation in which I belong, because the problems that we face and the interpersonal and intercollective relationship that we have are different. And secondly, the local that is in the immediate scenario, not in the country scenario, but in the scenario of the people, the municipality, the small community in which I live or that I am part of. This marks a differentiated reference of citizenship limited to the concept of state-nation. This is a first element that I think it's key. Additionally, that places us in a view of multicultural, pluricultural, plurinational, interconnected citizenship. And this has to do with reflection, speaking of citizenship based upon the respect for the other that is different. In countries with more intensity than others, the topic of migrations forces us to understand that whomever comes from a faraway place can and must have the criteria of respect to his citizen constructions, regardless of the fact that they were born or not in the place in which they are living. And sometimes Latin Americans have a tendency to think that critical view to citizenship or to the mining of our not recognized citizenship is only from the Western countries. Think how we treat in our countries migrants from other nations, even from Latin America, in the idea of brotherhood, in which we are so affectionate to tell to underline, but that we not necessarily respect when we are trying to build this new citizenship, this new way of citizenship, which is a comprehensive part of this globalized world. These are other important elements that we must take into account in this idea of citizenship. Speaking of rights and duties, but particularly the topic of rights and the topic of duties, what our constitutions state, is very consistent. In the topic of rights, the idea of citizenship and vote, and which we have repeated this over and over again, is not enough. It's a must, but it's not enough. We are not citizens just because we vote. We are citizens also because we can build a broader form of participation. The participation that has to do obviously with mechanisms that at the end are a vote, like the different votes, like the plebiscite, the referendum, the public consultation, the citizen initiative. But the right of demanding transparency, the right of having access to the information from the state, the right to question in a specific, a clear way, that lack of transparency or that lack of information, the right to participate in the construction of local and regional budgets, the right to overview, to supervise, that goes beyond representation. That means representative democracy is there, and it has been well stated in Otto in a moment of crisis. I'm not talking about our right of asking our parliamentaries to be accountable, but also ask to accountability directly and to participate in the construction of local budgets that perfectly can be accepted in a mechanism that already exists today, i.e. what before was impossible, the possibility for me to have knowledge on how a local budget or regional budget or national budget is developed. That's perfectly possible through the internet, through the web pages of the municipalities, of the regional governments or the central government, in which I have the possibility first to know what is my money being used for, and secondly, and how it is used for, and third, to supervise its use. The level of participation that before was an abstract level of participation of citizenship becomes an organized ways of citizen demonstration that has given rise to the construction of new political scenarios that nowadays are still scenarios of political parties. That is, from the demonstrations, from the fact that you have, for instance, the indignados have built new ways to make politics, even now in the classic structure of the party. But it's obvious that this new scenario of citizenship marks the possibility to recompose the traditional logic of the party, the Leninistic party, and I'm talking about Marxism here, but the so-called centralized democracy of the parties. Parties need to radically transform themselves in order to respond to an active, participative, and in-network citizenship that has mechanisms and possibilities that are returning to the utopia of the Greek agora, to the utopia that the people can gather to decide things. Not absolutely, we are 7 billion human beings, but close to it, different to which we thought were the potentialities to which we might have access in the scenario before the internet and this spectacular technology revolution arose. There is a citizenship that has to do with something that was unthinkable a while ago. A citizenship that, in addition to being multicultural and plurinational, it's a citizenship that is worried or concerned for the environmental matters. Environmental matters are fundamental today because we have understood for the very first time in our history that sharing the space of the human citizenship with the space of the biomass, with the space of the living beings of those who are part what seemed poetry and rhetoric becomes an objective reality, which generates an awareness of citizenship completely different that has an absolutely global character. And of course, something that we need to solve in 3 completely different statements that I do not make them equal in their potentiality and importance. First, different capacities. The citizens that allows to understand that the fact that you have a different capacity is not a limitation for you to exercise your citizen rights, and that we need to build physical platforms in the streets, but objective platforms, so those who have different capacities are fully participant citizenship. Secondly, acknowledging that the society has the citizen not only nominal and rhetorical for the youth, but also objective and tangible, i.e. that the category of youth is not a category of it's given, but it is in the full dimension of acknowledging the political rights and protagonism that probably, depending on each society, there are some younger than others, grant to the youth not only the beautiful words to acknowledge them, but also the instruments for participation. That probably in the technology arena is the environment in which they are gaining the spaces that the old or people or adults have not given to them. When you are 60 or 65 years old, I don't know if you want to call yourself adult or an elder or older person. You must not have any complex with the word. And of course, the third core, the most important one, speaking of being objectively 50%, is the citizen with equality of gender. That citizenship that was debated yesterday fully is not something that is going to be built in a progressive fashion. It's something that we need to drive. And I'm a faithful participant of the idea of a positive action, the quotas, the participation that you are accelerating through constitutional measures or laws allowing the women a greater and more relevant presence in the scenario of the capacity of exercising their rights fully and equally is a must. We are not going to achieve the road expecting for it to come out of the blue for a very simple reason, because for millenniums men have defined institution and have dominated politics. That's a space of men for men that and they don't want to open to women, and so we need to accelerate that construction. And that construction of citizenship has to do with equal rights, has to do with equal opportunities, has to do with equal salaries, marking the possibility to build equity by accelerating the processes. I finished by saying that we are living a process of transformation, a hopeful process of transformation in a context of confusion and and of doubt. There's some people that say that what we're living in examples like the Brexit, or the topic of the no and the Colombian plebiscite, are not defeats for democracy. They strengthen democracy because they prove, regardless of your opinion, I have not liked neither Brexit or the no, but that's a different topic. That means that citizens have something to say and they are saying it, and we need to listen to it. The possibility that Mr. Trump becomes a president might seem chilling, but it marks the evidence that there's a group of citizens that have a different way of thinking to those to which democracy needs to give a specific answer. It's not just a matter of lamenting yourself and saying, oh, how is it possible? How is it possible that the construction of the values in which we believe has not been achieved enough depth? Why? Because we were not we did not provide citizenship the way we're supposed to be. This transformation to a participatory citizenship, technological citizenship, and looking at equality that goes beyond the limitations of the state nation, that recovers the small identities and that embraces globalization, is part of the transformation mechanisms of the idea of citizenship that I applaud, and that we must understand that proves and states and poses a challenges of transformation of how do we conceive politics not only in Latin America but in the whole world. Thank you, President Carlos Mesa. President Cerezo, please. First of all, I want to join my congratulations to Mr. President Santos for being honored with the Nobel Peace Prize. It's very significant, not only because of the effort to sign this peace agreement, but in addition to that, it's definitely a big backup to the attempt and the effort for the construction of peace in Colombia, to end a long conflict that is going to give this country the possibility to become into one of the most developed economies in Latin America, and of course the opportunity to end one of the longest conflicts in the history of our continent that will turn us into the only continent that has no inter-regional conflicts or conflicts within the countries. But secondly, I would like to start by making a reflection about the forum in which we are participating, because I'm very impressed about the way in which it has been developed, the expressions, the things that have been said here, and it has given me a lot of motivation. It has given me a lot of positive sentimental reactions and, of course, constructive reactions in the analysis, the permanent analysis of what that we do about what's happening with democracy in Latin America. And in that sense, I think that many of the things that the moderator has put on the table to analyze are things that are still pending to analyze and to define in the future in Latin America, and should be motive of our conversations in this forum, and that must be motive for our analysis in the immediate future if we really want to consolidate the process that we inaugurated in the 1980s. And in this reflection, there are several things that came to my mind in the forum that I think are very important. First of all, the concern in the forum from all the speakers has been the future of the Latin American democracy. But the future basically related with the new generations. In fact, the generation that we are representing somehow fulfilled its task. It did what it was supposed to do in its time. But what we are defining right now is what we achieved. Is it going to continue? Is it going to be sustained? Is it going to be changed or perfected in the future of Latin America? We have appreciated in this conversation and discussions, and I want to tell you, this is one of the forums in which more coincidence in the thinking I have found, one of the forums in which the expressions of concerns, of proposals to move forward, and the appreciation of what is happening between our generation and the new generation and the millennials has been shared and has been somehow agreed by all the speakers. And they are defined as three specific problems that we are going to have to face in this stage. The first one is, what should be the role of our generation, of those who were in the opening processes that ended with the internal wars in each one of our regions, those who promoted democratic opening in a Pacific way, and those who somehow had this task of consolidating that democracy by accepting the election of the people and by achieving the objectives that we propose. Secondly, there's another thing that we need to accept, definitely. There's a generation gap. That was also discussed in all the presentation. There is somehow a lack of communication and direct contact between the new generations and the generations that we represent. So we were going to have to work to overcome that. It's possible to say that, to overcome that, because we need to play a role. But in order to help those generations to strengthen that democracy that we started at a certain point is very important. And the third thing is, what can we do so the new generations identify themselves with the principles and the values of democracy, and what can we do for them to become enthusiastic with those values and those principles, and to participate actively to build the democracy that they want to build, the democracy that they want to design. And this is one of the most important things, and I fully share the criteria stated by President Mesa. We ended up by building in Latin America a dream that we formed or we forged since the 40s. A dream of building a representative democracy. But we need to realize that the generational change and the historical change that is happening in our continent makes that democracy that we implemented is a democracy that somehow and in many mechanisms is becoming obsolete. It's a democracy whose mechanisms were made and designed more than 200 years ago. The representative democracy was born in the revolutionary processes in Europe, in the revolutionary processes in North America, and democracy was a sign for the time lived by the revolutionaries of those days, and that was valid and had value for the generations who received those values and who worked and struggled to build it. But now that democracy is in question. And not the democracy itself, not the value of democracy. This is another thing that another of the coincidences that we find in this forum. People do not reject democracy in itself. They reject the behavior of some of the politicians and their parties, and reject the fact that democracy has not achieved the objectives that should be fundamental for democracy and that have been clearly described by President Mesa. That means solve the economic and social problems, setting mechanics to overcome the lack of equity, the economic and social marginalization, and the resolution of the financing problems, the role of the state and the economy and the model of development. If democracy doesn't do this, it becomes a form of democracy that elects its rulers, that allows the participation or the balance of powers, that doesn't go beyond, is not giving specific responses to the demands of the new generations that at this point in time have produced a definite change in the world. Not only because they are very new generations and have nothing to do with the culture from the 80s. But in addition to that, because technology has allowed them to live in an over-communicated world, a world in which they have access to all the forms of thinking, they have the concrete answers to everything, and thus democracy starts to become obsolete, and also this obsolescence gets worse with the lack of commitment for many of the politicians from the last decade that have lost the possibility for democracy to have a sense and a justification. So I think that what we need to do, and the reduction to this forum, the conclusion to which this forum leads me to, is to define the role of our generation. What is the role of our generation? Define how we break the generation gap and try to become ourselves, the people from my generation, those who achieve the historical triumphs, rather in those that are going to give the tag to the new political leaders that have to make the decisions to perfect the democracy that we started. And this is what has enriched this forum,
because we have talked about a lot of coincidences and the construction paths, and among those coincidences, I'm sorry, I have to excuse me. I have a cold and I have problems to talk. But among those things are, first, recognizing that democracy is not going towards its disappearance. It is undergoing, as it was said by someone, democracy is a process in ongoing construction. Democracy is not a final state. Democracy is definitely a process that will be perfected a long time by the work of those who participate in democracy in this continent and those who are interested in sustaining it. Secondly, I don't think that the new generations, and I think that all of us share that same criteria, are targeting their activities or concerns or questions or demands to destroy democracy. I am absolutely convinced that the new generations want to take advantage of democracy to become an active part, a very active part of the democratic formulas in existence. Third, I think I am perfectly convinced that democracy as a process can find many new formulas to express itself, and that we must be capable of channeling and offer proposals and to present projects so that this democracy can exist through every demand that the new generations are posing. For instance, we have discussed here if it is convenient or not to promote a direct democracy, if it's convenient or not to foster a systematic consultation system over each decision. I would say that there is no answer for that yet. I think that at this moment what we have to do, and that is our task, is to sit down and standardize our criteria like we have in this forum. Then bring it down to concrete proposals and use the available mechanisms that we have. That is the experience that we have obtained through these forums, and then the possibility of providing the OAS a multinational instrument for Latin America, so that we can have the opportunity of presenting every government in Latin America specific projects to resolve the problems that reality is posing to current politicians and to the new generations. In this sense, I want to convey to you my satisfaction for the many matching points that we have found, and secondly, for the objectivity and realism of the analysis of what is going on in Latin America, and of course, to demonstrate through concrete acts the possibility of breaking, of filling that generational gap, in as much we correctly interpret what is the mindset, what the new generations want, and that we made proposals to move forward together with them in the construction of a new democracy. Many examples were presented here. It is the breaking of that generation gap what we have to do. We have seen it in the United States, a man of more than 60 years old in the United States that was capable of obtaining the support of the millennials because he correctly interpreted their mindset and what they wanted to do. They could prove that campaigns through the social networks of President Obama was incredibly successful, because he was successful that minority supported his candidacy, and they received in their first election the support of most of the young voters of the time. And this was a historical breakthrough, because he is Afro-American and he became a president of that country, and that is confirmed at this moment by the election of the first president, woman president of the United States. If they are capable of finding the way to communicate with the new generations to demonstrate that the role of women in this society is fundamental, is key, especially in a country like the United States. Therefore, first, to close, I would like to say I want to congratulate the organizers of this event, because I believe that this forum is achieving its objectives. One of them is demonstrating that there is a high level of matching points among the people, the thinking people and the politicians of Mexico as to how to face the problem of the democratic crisis in our continent. And secondly, because it opens a possibility and many paths so that we come to agreements as to which the proposals we must make, so that we can fulfill our generational task and collaborate with the new generations to break that generational gap and to find the expression mechanisms for this new democracy that we are designing now, that is being designed now by the new generations. So I am very satisfied. I'm very happy that to participate in this forum, and I'm very willing to continue to participate, to make concrete proposals to help the INE to create proposals and solution projects that can be translated in such a way through the OAS and that are usable for all Latin America, so that they become a reality with different governments. The important issue is to be aware that democracy will survive inasmuch the new generations commit themselves with the political values and the fundamental objectives established in the construction of democracy. Then, to break the generational gap and to have a direct contact between what we historically did in our generation, what that has contributed for the new generations, and to contribute to develop the features of the new democracy is the task that we have to fulfill in institutions like this one. achieving a direct contact with the institutions responsible of making political decisions to achieve these objectives. Thank you, President Vinicio Cerezo. We already have questions. 7, 8, not many. I will try to group them by topic. Some students, Roberto Valdez, for instance, Alejandro Cisneros, Damaris, Romo. There is a matching point there. Though they are the new generations, they are young people, and they make almost the same question. What can we do to strengthen democracy and citizenship? Because we have talked about it, but we do not have the how to do it, how to be more proactive in this democracy. And these new generations should have to undertake the democracy. Many of them are generations that were born and have lived in a formal democracy. So probably they are more concerned with how to live it in a day-to-day life, how to live in democracy. Normally, when the state, when the governments are faced, and this is a tough word, when they face the reality of the existence of social networks and their explosion, the question is, how can we control, regulate, or limit? It's not the other way around. Normally, it is not the other way around. It is clear that social networks, as any other mechanism of human activity, has negative and positive potentialities. But the scenario on which we are operating now, it's a platform that has multiplied our voices in a gigantic manner. It is a platform that has provided us with a voice to all of us who never had a voice. I'm not talking about me personally, but society. When you are aware that smartphones will dominate the planet, they are already doing it in a significant manner in a very short period of time. Practically 90% of the world population will have access to smartphones and will be cross-connected with several networks. That reality is a challenge, so that the word facing can be replaced by the word leveraging and building and constructing. I mean, the mechanisms as how we conceive, how we perceive democracy, have to incorporate this element that we didn't have in the past. The element of saying the voice of social networks, the words, the surveillance, the critique, the demand have to become become a practical application. You have to have a government online to make the government be online, and understanding that when you are receiving a set of contributions, constructive contributions of supervision or critique, there are legal mechanisms that can validate that participation, allowing a transformation of government activities, not only from the parliamentary representation, because it still has a significant value, but that is absolutely insufficient. It's not enough. There are experiences that have been that are being operating, for instance, in Puerto Alegre, in Brazil, where the surveillance and the construction of budgets, the definition of priorities, can be perfectly agreed upon with the participation of citizens, providing a legal value to that participation. It's not only your opinion, it's your word. Your word has a binding feature. It's the set of words that are expressed through the networks and that they supervise an activity or supervise transparency of that government online has such a validity that cannot be disregarded by the government. The concept, for example, of consultation for investments in a given region. The fact that an potential environmental damage has to be consulted with the community that could suffer from that environmental damage. Nowadays, it has perspective. Now it's not a matter of making a survey and develop a statistic. People can respond through platforms that allow the idea of consultations for these type of issues like budgets and environment or surveillance can be effective, can become effective. In other words, we are undergoing a transformation process that allows that word, transformation or standpoint, turns in a binding fact with a mandatory character by who is managing power as a public servant. I insist the construction of new political and party scenarios is in the limit of the transformation. I mean, it's not a matter of forgetting that the political parties are mechanisms through which we can express our standpoints. It is a matter of revolving all the parts and the structures of the political parties that must adapt themselves to these new platforms. President Cerezo, there's two interesting questions. If it is possible to instill or to strengthen democracy and have a quality democracy and a strong citizenship by educational strategies, civic education strategies. And there is another question. Probably we can accomplish this through legal reforms. There's a detail that we have to mention. It's important. In our generations, we were subject of political education and civic education during many years. This political and civic education was fostered by European institutions and independent institutions from the United States and Europe to foster a democratic thought in all of us, and as well as a commitment with the state and with the society and with the country. We must accept that this civic and political education was abandoned when the democratic processes began in Latin America, meaning that it's an impressive thing that when democracy was established, the new formation, the education of the new generations was disregarded. They should have the principles and values that could identify them with a democratic process and with the responsibilities that you undertake in power, as Congressman Othón Solís mentioned in Costa Rica, that for us, education leads you to identify yourself with certain fundamental values, the state, the commitment with the people, the interpretation that you were representing popular sovereignty. So when this kind of education was abandoned and the new ideology appeared expressing only individual victory, personal victory, market and commerce, personal success, the identity of the collective values is lost. The benefits of working for a common wellness and with the objectives of the country to which one belongs. The objective is lost, and then a society the society starts aiming for individual success. So it becomes very obvious that one of the things that is necessary and key to be able to consolidate the democratic process is to educate civically and to educate politically about the role that the state has to play in the construction of an equitable development model with the participation of everyone, and establishing the necessary conditions so that everyone can share the wealth. This model of education, and we have to say that, and that was repeated here many times, this has to become a state policy. The state must foster a policy targeted to creating those values and that kind of education in the new generations. Also, we have to develop a policy through the media to foster a transition process between the remainders of the authoritarian conscience in Latin America to go to an effective and true democracy, recognizing the equality of the participation of gender equity and the collective efforts to work against certain phenomena, for instance, like the climatic change. I believe that one of the results that should emerge from a forum like this one is precisely the work around this state policy that should be touching several aspects from the school to higher education, fostering campaigns for democratic awareness in the media, and to propose it to the organizations responsible for making those decisions. One of the, I know one of those, I come from one of those countries. And we have had this forum for 7 times already. So I think that it's important that the presence and collaboration of the OAS. Please, I want to say this personally. The presence of the current Secretary General can be crucial and very important so that a state policy developed at a continental level can be presented so that every single state becomes aware of the need of this process of education. But aside from this, additional to this, we have to develop a recognition. That is, we have to be aware, to realize that democracy has now new formulas of expression, and we have to learn on how to use those new expression ways, because we cannot think about direct democracy for every single problem in the country, but we have to think about direct democracy to solve and to have answers to certain specific issues like direct democracy and popular consultations or plebiscites. This has to be regulated and created. Therefore, the job in these kinds of forums would be targeted to have concrete proposals, and I think that this is the task of our generation, to help the incorporation of the new generations to the political activity in each one of our countries. This is basic. State policy to educate politically and civically the new generations, and of course construction task to find out how to translate practically the new expressions of democracy that we are starting to experience nowadays. I think that what is necessary is that to consolidate democracy, we need a collective effort. All of us have something to do. All of us have something to contribute. We have the experience or accumulated youth, as someone said earlier. Olinda Salguero said there was a lot of young people and some of us that have a lot of accumulated youth, and I like that. I sort of like it. And of course, with this I close my answer. We must understand that youth, if it has the necessary values, principles, and the will, as they have demonstrated when they protest against corruption in Guatemala, the demands of young groups in several parts of the world, like in Spain, Honduras, and Mexico, as they have demonstrated, what we have to do is that we have to channel those efforts of the young people in precise objectives so that the governments are forced to make decisions that lead us to a more direct commitment to solve the fundamental problems, and as instead of favoring mechanisms that promote corruption and, of course, solving problems of certain sectors of society. So this collective effort must aim to elaborate the formulas to move forward in every country. There is a detail that I mentioned yesterday in a personal comment. In this type of forums, we had a lot of meetings. The people in my generation had a lot of meetings, but it was like a mass among priests. No, we have to enhance this participation. We have to be more inclusive in this type of kind of discussions with all sectors of society, women, the young people. One of the proposals that we must pose is that for the next forum, aside from creating concrete proposals for specific problems, that we include young people that can participate with their own concerns in that forum with the purpose of creating those necessary mechanisms to break the generational gap that has been growing a long time. And of course, trying to foster gender parity. I was fascinated yesterday to see that there was a lot more women than men in one of the forums, because this is creating confidence that democracy is walking on the right path, because it is fostering the participation of everyone in aiming for a common wellness. Well, we ran out of time practically. I received several questions. Some of them have an email, and I will distribute this to our two presenters so that they can answer to them. And I will just pose a couple of questions, and I would appreciate if you give a very brief answer. One of them is regarding the first thing that you said, that Carlos Mesa said in his initial intervention, in the sense that it looks like the reason in a conventional term, in the case of Brexit, in the case of the Colombian plebiscite, etc., it would seem to go on one side, but the expression comes in a different way. How can we reconcile what we see in the passion and the emotion? I think that it is crucial to understand that the rationale from which we think that something is rational and impeccable and coherent, and that thus we can assume that the result will be the one that I'm expecting, is not necessarily connected with this transformation process that mankind is experiencing. This transformation process within democracy in democratic countries, and in a scenario of uncertainty and radicalism, we have to accept as facts that imply that what we consider that is the right path to walk is what the society believes that is the right path to walk. We cannot be too astonished for that, because democratic expression can be contrary, because they correspond to emotions more than anything else, and we have to understand why is this happening. We have to generate the right kind of answers so that we do not add to this emotional current, emotional stream. It's better to understand what is happening, because we have to understand things that not sound possible in a given society. I am going to mention this. When we had the September 11, George W. Bush determined that we had to divide, to split the world in good and bad, and that democracy was a model to be imposed. And then he invaded Iraq and established the fall of Saddam Hussein, and then the country became chaotic. And they thought that he thought that people was expecting to have the democracy as they have in the United States, and that everyone was very happy. Of course, the objective was not accomplished. They destroyed stability in Iraq. The country became chaotic. People did not accept democracy because it was an Eastern thing, a Western thing. It's not a matter of being good or bad people. They just respond to a given context, and we are forced to understand that the decision taken by the British to go out of for the Brexit is a reconsideration of the European project. The idea that I am right and the people is wrong, we can debate on that idea, and the reasons could be found not only in the assumed or true craziness of Trump or the stupidity of someone voting for him. It's the studies that the alternative for Germany that allow people like Trump accomplishes power. Something is failing in the system. Not by saying I'm right and you were wrong. We have to determine what is generating this reality. If I'm not flexible enough or intelligent enough to understand that and to change my behavior in the direction that I think is the right one, I would be making a very terrible mistake. And we are closing with President Cerezo. There's a very simple question. Is it possible to have a democracy without Democrats? No, of course not. In that sense, I would like to convey two messages, very concrete messages that have resulted from my insights in this forum. If we want to consolidate the historical accomplishments, I'm talking about my generation. If we want to consolidate the historical breakthroughs accomplished in the 80s and that were constructed along all Latin America, we must convey to the new generations the convictions that made us be optimistic to change Latin America back then. The conviction that we can be the fundamental stakeholders of the necessary changes for the construction of a new society. This is what we have to convey to the new generations, and to indicate that it must be a result of our conviction, because we are not the actors of future society or future democracy. The fundamental actors of future democracy and society is young people, females, women, and the marginated groups of society. This is basic, because this is locating us, and it giving us a role of conveying our optimism and conviction that if we have a clear objective and if we are aware of the inclusion of every sector, we will be successful in changing society, and to definitely construct a society, a customized society. And that is our task, to convey that conviction to the new generations, to consolidate democracy, and that the new generations can identify themselves with the fundamental principles of democracy. This is the end. I want to thank our presenters for their participations, and thank you very much to the INE and the President Councilor for giving us this opportunity of talking about these topics. Thank you very much.
I got fever running like a fire. For you I will go all the way, I wanna take you higher. I keep it steady, that's how I do it. This weight is heavy, so heavy you're gonna feel it. You are the reason that I breathe. You are the reason that I still believe. You are my destiny, Jehovah. No, there is nothing that can stop us. Nothing can ever come between us. So come and dance with me, catch me, come on, catch me. I want you now. I know you can save me, you can save me. I need you now. I am yours forever, yes, forever. I will follow anywhere, in any way. Never gonna let go. Escape away, I'll take you to a place. This fantasy of you and me, I'll never lose my chance. J-Ho, yeah. I can feel you rushing through my veins. There's an ocean in my heart, I will never be the same. Just keep it burning, yeah, baby, just keep it coming. You're gonna find out, baby, I'm one in a million. You are the reason that I breathe. You are the reason that I still believe. You are my destiny, Jehovah. No, there is nothing that can stop us. Nothing can ever come between us. So come and dance with me, catch me, come and catch me. I want you now. I know you can save me, you can save me. I need you now. I am yours forever, yes, forever. I will follow anywhere, in any way. Never gonna let go. You are the reason that I breathe. You are the reason that I still believe. You are my destiny, Jehovah. Nothing that can stop us. Nothing can ever come between us. So come and dance with me, Jehovah.
Feeling small when tears are in your eyes. I will try them all. I'm on your side. Oh, when times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. When you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. I'll take your part. Oh, when darkness comes and pain is all around,
les pedimos de favor a la audiencia,
We
a los
kindly
invitados,
ask the audience,
si pueden
the
pasar a
guests,
tomar
if you
sus
can take your
asientos.
seats.
Estamos por
We are
iniciar
about to start
el último panel
the
de
last
este foro de la
panel
democracia
for this
latinoamericana.
Latin American Forum for Democracy.
See how they shine.
Bien,
Oh, if you need a friend.
bien, esta última
This
sesión
last session
va a ser moderada
is going to be moderated
por el consejero
by
electoral
electoral counselor
del Instituto Nacional Electoral,
from
José
the
Roberto
National
Ruiz Saldaña.
Electoral Institute, Roberto Ruiz Saldaña.
Por favor, consejero.
Please, counselor.
Muy buenos días a
Good morning,
todas y todos ustedes.
everybody.
Bienvenidos a
Welcome
esta
to
mesa de educación cívica
This track,
y cultura política y ética ciudadana
Citizen
que se enmarca en
Education,
este foro de la democracia latinoamericana. Concretamente,
in the framework of this
en
forum,
esta
Latin American Forum for
mesa
Democracy.
atenderemos
Specifically, in
el
this
tema
track, we
de
will
la ética
discuss the
pública
topic
y
of
el
public
clientelismo
ethics and
electoral.
electoral clientelism.
Como todos ustedes
Public ethics and
tienen
clientelism in
la
Latin American
reseña
elections.
curricular
You all have
de
the
todos y
curriculum
cada
of
una de
each and every one of the participants in the track.
No voy a ser
I'm not
exhaustivo
going to be
presentarlos.
thorough in introducing them.
Simplemente
I will
señalaré
just
que
point
Salvador
out
Romero
that
es
Salvador
académico
Romero is
boliviano
a
y
Bolivian
experto
scholar
electoral
and electoral expert.
y tiene su trayectoria
And,
académica
his
en el
academic,
Instituto de Estudios Políticos de París.
Trajectory is in
Asimismo,
the Political
la
Studies Institute of
maestra
Paris.
Flavia Freidenberg
Also, Flavia
es
Freidenberg
investigadora del
is
Instituto de
researchers
Investigaciones
from
Jurídicas de
the
la UNAM
legal
y tiene un doctorado en
research
estudios
matters
latinoamericanos
from
y
UNAM
procesos
and has a PhD in
contemporáneos
Latin American and
en la
contemporary
Universidad de Salamanca.
political
Por su
issues
parte, el
in the
doctor
University of
Salomón
Salamanca. Salomon Cheptorisky,
es secretario
in
de
his
Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de
part,
México
is the Secretary
y
of
maestro en
Economic
política
Development in
pública por la
Mexico City
Universidad de Harvard.
and teacher
Y la
of
diputada
public
federal
policies in the
Ivonne
Harvard
Ortega
University. And Yvonne
tiene,
Ortega,
una maestría
federal
en
representative,
políticas
has a
públicas
master's degree in
comparadas por la
compared
Universidad-
public
por la Facultad
policies in the
Latinoamericana
Latin American
de Ciencias
School of
Sociales,
Social
Flaxo.
Sciences, the
Y por
Flaxo
su
for its
parte,
acronym in Spanish. And
Hernán
Larraín
es senador y
is senator
presidente de
and
la
president
Unión
of the
Demócrata
Independent
Independiente de
Democratic
Chile
Union
y
from
maestro
Chile.
en leyes
He's
por
a
la
law
London
teacher
School of
in the
Economics.
London School of
Me
Economics.
voy a permitir
I'm going
a
to allow
petición
myself
de
at the
nuestro
petition
primer,
of our first participant
darle
to
el uso de la voz,
give the floor
hasta por 10 minutos
up to 10
a la
minutes
doctora
to
Flavia
Dr. Flavia
toda vez
Freidenberg,
que, maestro y
because
doctor
Salvador Romero
ha solicitado
has requested
pueda, ser posterior su participación.
for his participation
por favor,
to
investigadora
be
Flavia
performed afterwards. So, Flavia Freidenberg, go ahead. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here again. Regrettably, I didn't have the pleasure, like President Mesa, to be in the 7 previous forums. I have just been in the 6 previous ones, and I love that for the first time in this forum, we have more voices of women, 18 over 38, which is great, is something very important. And I love that I'm not the youngest one in this forum for the very first time. So thank you all for being with us today. This forum is an oxygen exercise for many of us, being able to listen ourselves and to share things. 2 years ago, in this same forum, we were wondering what type of citizenship is exercised when your rights are conditioned because of the place where you live, because of what you have in your wallet, for your condition of gender, your condition of sexual preference, for your race, for your ethnicity. And we want to make the same questions. It's true that in the last 40 years we have had some progress. We know how to make elections. We have to make elections in critical context, with violence, with no rule of law, with clientelarily, without authoritarian leaders that even afford themselves to be publicly misogynistic. We know how to run elections, and we have achieved this thing that Juan Luis taught us, that democracy is right now the only possible game in citizenship. We have done it regardless of all these conditionings, and we center so much in the elections, in running good elections. And in most Latin American countries, we have good elections, that we forget about something. We forget on the context in which those elections were taking place, and we forget about the citizens that participate in those elections. It's like if we had thought, or they have thought 40 years ago, that by just celebrating elections, we will automatically have democratic people. We put a lot of energy and a lot of effort in having exemplary institutional designs, but we made very little, in my opinion, to work on the formation and the values and the ideas and the practices of those who participate in the elections. Nowadays, in Latin America, we have first-class, second-class, and third-class citizens, fourth-class, and even fifth-class citizens. There's 167 million that are poor in Latin America. The ones that have more money have more than 50% of wealth. 3 of every 10 people, according to data from the CEPAL, that live in the rural areas are poor. So, why people that lives in this marginality conditions would like to adopt democracy if democracy is not providing the answers in terms of social well-being and in terms of social equality? Why do the marginalized sectors are going to read civic education? Why the marginalized sectors are going to want to appropriate this process and this democratic system? I always wonder the same, and I always discuss this with my students. Today, my students from the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Why doesn't these people mobilize? Why doesn't these people react? Why doesn't these people do something to change this situation of inequality and exclusion? For me, the answer is very easy, and we have discussed this several times in this forum. The answer is that we have consolidated clientelism democracies. We have consolidated democracies in which there's something, in this case, an informal institution, informal rules, a way of doing politics that builds social capital, not positive for democracy, evidently, of relationships based upon an asymmetrical relationships, the exchange of mutual benefits between the patron and the client. And that type of informal relationship, that type of relationship that permeates the political parties, that permeates the society, that permeates the institutions because it's in exchange of public monies, that is what is generating a buffer, an atomizer, some sort of thing that makes these people that live in extreme conditions of poverty, inequality, and exclusion do not mobilize and change. The cost of participating in formal politics is higher than the benefit of being in those clientelism networks. We run elections today, and in many cases we know they have bad practices, but we do not stop voting those countries that we know that use this situation of exclusion as part of their political success. We do not vote them, and provided we do not stop voting for them, and I'm telling you, they stop voting for those that made that traditional quote-unquote politics, so these things happen. So we are still running elections, clientelism elections, but with vote buying, with the manipulation of the citizenship, and we see them as something normal. Ricardo Becerra was telling a few days ago that only 30% of the reports, only 37 reports from the 1,500 that were posted in the Mexican election were about vote buying. And I'm not necessarily talking about vote buying, I'm talking about a type of relationship between politicians and politics with citizens, particularly locally, statewide, that made politics this thing. Clients use these networks as a subsistence strategy, as an emergency space of alternative identities, as a tool to be part of a community that do not want to represent them. They have to go and listen to the voice of that people. In all the studies that we have done about the clientelism networks, and we want to listen men and women that participate as clients, the necessity of being part of something is stronger than the notion that knowing they are doing something that is not democratic. We are consolidating democracy with practices that have perverse consequences for democracy, because those citizens are not citizens. In fact, they are individuals with delegating practices, with practices that are not the ones that we expect from a democratic citizen. I was telling you, these are ways of social capital. These are ways of building trust. But to those citizens that are excluded from the representation are the ones that strategies that I applaud, such as the new national strategy of civic culture that we're going to have soon, and that I want to thank that this forum, Mr. Councilor President, is around the education and civic education and formation. Has to pay attention to that. There are first-class citizens, second-class citizens, and third-class citizens. Not all of them are incorporated in the same way to the democratic system, and we have to educate Democrats. Dr. Wildenberg was saying here, how are we going to expect that party and gender equality works if within the families, if in your home, we are still having discriminatory relationships, centered in the care based upon the time of women in which a man has no time for this type of things. If we want to demand institutional measures that I applaud, such as the inclusion of affirmative action mechanisms to reduce inequality, we have to accompany this together with education, with formation, with education that starts at home, that comes from the family. Not only that, the school is a central element, but school has to be for those who go to school, and we have more than 50 million paupers in Mexico, and there is a lot of children that are not attending school. So the school is centered for a portion of the society, but those who relate through clientelism mechanisms are marginalized from democratic politics, and we need to include them. I don't want to abuse my time, and I'm going to be closing and finishing, but I would like to applaud. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic because I have discovered Guatemala, and I have seen the people in the street mobilizing themselves, demanding enough about corruption. I'm optimistic because today we are talking about civic education. During the last years, we never discussed these things. We need, my dear President said eso, we need Democrats for that democracy, because we keep building democracies with no Democrats. And that is a peril, a danger for our democracy. I'm optimistic because today, for the very first time, I see a forum in which it is, in addition to diagnosis, we have proposals. And I'm optimistic because I hope that the Mexican society will appropriate this civic education national strategy. And I hope that the rest of the countries of the region measure the effort of the National Electoral Institute around discussing in a plural fashion that we need to include everyone in that democracy. But we have to do it now. We cannot keep thinking that youngsters do this and that. I don't know if I'm young or if I'm old, because I'm in that intergenerational struggle. It's not that. It's a matter of democratic dialogue. It doesn't matter if you use the network, if you've used the network as a phone or a tablet. We are in a different point. This is building a democracy for all and everyone. And I have a challenge there. The challenge is to keep thinking with you how to be more, how to turn this democracy into a more democratic thing. And I want to finish with something that an indigenous women taught us in a forum that you organized with the National Electoral Institute in San Cristobal de las Casas in April. And this indigenous woman, when I ended my presentation, said, Dr. Flavia, everything you said, I completely agree. But you know what? In this country, being a woman, being poor, and being indigenous, there's no place for us right now. That is what we need to change. Thank you very much. Thank you, Flavia Friedenberg. Now we give the floor to Dr. Salvador Romero. Go ahead, doctor. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the invitation to the National Electoral Institute. And I would like to share with you a reflection in the places in which clientelism ends, in which some gray areas of the end of clientelism overimpose, starting from a reflection point, and that is that countries in Latin America that have greater practices of clientelism, in which clientelism is more widespread, are also the countries more prone to electoral violence, or countries in which we have a lot of social and criminal violence. So I want to reflect on these links between clientelism and the areas of political violence, electoral violence. Let's try to understand, to start with, which are these relationships between clientelism and violence, and also the new phase of violence in the Latin American electoral processes. We have gone from violence against the elections, a violence that was politicized, that was quite mobilized, to a violence that it is now exercised not against the elections but in the elections, that is being developed by actors that are not necessarily politicized, and maybe in the first place not even by political stakeholders, whose main objective is not political action but a territorial control serving for the development of illegal activities. In certain countries of the region is drug dealing, in other countries is mining and illegal exploitation of the forest, and in other places is a very broad scale of contraband. And in these places in which these actions take place are not necessarily the poorest zones of the country. Sometimes they can be, but they share a common characteristic, and that is that they are peripheral zones with respect to the economic, social, and political scenario in the nation. Which are the links between this clientelism and these zones of violence? There are some common causes that link the presence of clientelism and violence in the electoral processes. Of course, there are causes that are specific to clientelism, specific causes in violence, and of course, different fields and scenarios. But there are also some common characteristics. Which is this common matrix shared by violence and clientelism in the elections? First of all, and it has already been mentioned, and with a lot of reason throughout these discussions in the forum, very strong and stress socioeconomic inequality in the region, but also an inequality in resources, and most of all, inequality in access. Many times what justifies, what gives sense to clientelism is that there are citizens that have access to certain resources, access to services from the state, contacts with the state that other citizens do not have and that they should have. The second element is the absence of the state in many regions of Latin America, or to make the idea more precise, the absence of an impartial state, of the Republican state, capable of treating all citizens on a basis of equality, because in many places there is a state, but it is a state that has been co-opted by some groups or by groups that put the state to the service of particular interest. The third element, from the places in which there is a perception of social relationship in which the society assumes as a natural thing that some people is in the top, that others are in the bottom, which is a relationship that is difficult to change, that it is a relationship or a ratio that sometimes is unmovable, and we are not in presence of a conception of equalitarian relationships between citizens. It is also regions, zones in which citizen civic education is weak, and I think that is why we have this relevance of focusing on this very important dimension. It's a space also of illegality, of fragile institutions, and normally speaking, this violence and this clientelism is stronger in local electoral processes. Normally, we have overcome or we have reduced in the general elections, in the presidential elections, both the incidence of clientelism, because it's very difficult to do clientelism in a national scale, and also the space of violence in presidential elections has been reduced or shortened, different from what has happened in decades before. And we have a presence of more incidents in violence in local elections, which are these links that are joining from this common matrix, clientelism with violence. First of all, clientelism is a phenomenon that sometimes is discrete, sometimes not so discrete, that often has a traditional root that is subscribed in this logic of asymmetrical relationships between those who have access to and those who have no access to it, and that many times enjoys social legitimacy. I would like to share here with you, I wanted to share here with you a quote, a fragment of a novel, but which clearly reflects this conception of citizens with regards to clientelism. It belongs to Egyptian novelist that locates his character in 1940, but this is current in many countries and is current even today. He talked about this character, that for him, politics had become into a commercial transaction. You voted in favor of whomever pay the most money. He placed something called general corruption, quote unquote. He alleged that if the money was the objective of those disputing power, the most reasonable thing was it was also the case for the poor voters. And so, this clientelism in many opportunities gives rise to violence. When does violence appear in this link between clientelism and voting? When clientelism is not enough to ensure the result of an election. Why? Because they can be mistrusting the behavior of the voters. That means that there's no certainty that the voters are going to respond according to this clientelar relationship. When there is competition in clientelism, many times we have the impression that there's an actor that misbehaves in front of other actors that behave properly. That one is has a clientelar behavior, and another has have a normal behavior. What happens in reality is that we have a clientelism competition, and the result becomes uncertain. In some places of Latin America, unfortunately, we also sometimes have this confrontation in the same zone of armed groups that are rivals. And so in these scenarios, clientelism is insufficient to determine the result of the election, and thus allowing to ensure the control of a certain territory. that's a scenario in which many times clientelism gives rise to violence. The second element, clientelism can result, quote unquote, expensive. It supposes a mobilization, a very strong mobilization of monies, and within a rational strategy in which different choices are put in balance, we find that violence can be, quote unquote, again, cheaper than clientelism. Sometimes it's enough to intimidate the candidates, the adversary candidates, to force them to resign, to quit. In some countries, sometimes the adversaries are killed, or because it might be cheaper to give monies to the votes with an uncertain result. It is easier to convince the electoral mobilization of certain words, or to impose a mobilization, a forced mobilization. So again, it's a scenario in which clientelism ends and violence starts. And the fact that clientelism and violence share some of the common causes also allows us to face them in a simultaneous fashion. That means that the actions that fight clientelism also help eventually in reducing violence in the elections. Which are some of these mechanisms allowing to simultaneously combat these maladies in the electoral processes? First of all, the recovery of the presence of the state with its monopolies, and particularly three monopolies. Of course, the monopoly of legitimate violence, the monopoly of the force, that no other actor can impose violence in the political scenario, is the recovery of the tax monopoly that in some places, in some territories of Latin America, has been in practice given to illegal groups. And finally, the monopoly of justice. We also have the need to recover, to fight both maladies, an electoral competition that is more even, and this means the strengthening of the electoral institutionality and all the institutionality that is related with political and electoral processes, and this also demands emphasis in the rules and the possibility eventually to set forth sanctions, and also strengthening citizen education, which is a task that is going to provide fruits in the mid and the long term. You cannot ask citizen education, or rarely you can ask citizen education to deliver results immediately. But yes, it helps to building a stronger citizenship in the mid and the long term. And finally, we need to work in reinforcing a social state that is more democratic. And here I want to conclude with a reflection that it's been there for more than 2 centuries, but always current, particularly in Latin America. A reflection from Rousseau that helps us, or to point out, to reduce precisely clientelism. When he said this democratic imperative, and he said that no citizen is so opulent as to be able to purchase another one, to buy another one, and none poor enough as to be in the obligation to sell his vote or himself. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Salvador Romero. Now we're going to give the floor to the participation of Salomón Chertorivsky. Thank you very much. Good morning, all of you. I know this very important event has been particularly severe with time. So that's why I brought some written notes, so I don't go beyond 10 minutes. I would like to try to leave in the table 3 ideas around the topic that is calling us today. Clientelism in electoral processes, the democratic ideal, and the plausible utopia of a state of well-being in Mexico and in the Americas. I want to thank the National Electoral Institute, its president, and the rest of the organizations that have consolidated a tradition through this forum, this 7th Latin American Forum for Democracy, for inviting me to state these ideas around the bottom of poverty, inequality, and its political use, this disgraceful use in the electoral arena. One of the most shameful proofs of things in Latin American democracies is to attract voters not by means of ideas, messages, candidates, contrast, novelty, or the security that they irradiate, by means of the old mechanism of granting favors, monies, or even valuable objects to ensure their loyalty when casting their vote. I want to be very categorical. I agree with the Mexican electoral law and with the broad jurisprudence of Latin America that condemns and turns into delinquents those who try to buy the political willingness of the most of the poorest in our continent.
Crime is not from the poorest or ones that receive the gift, but by those who are using an apparatus that trying to get a vote by a very miserable means, and that is affecting millions of persons. I want to apologize for this comment, but I lived a couple of years in the United States, and the phenomenon of clientelism and purchase of votes exists even in the most advanced democracies. If you don't believe me, read the great novel of Wolf, a total man, so that you can see the corrosion that this how corrosive can this be. So using the income of the developed people makes this phenomenon more intense. When I do not want to sound naive, and even less before a knowledgeable audience, the clientelar phenomenon exists. The illusion of buying votes is constant, and the deformation that this causes in our democracies is real. And there's another observation. Fortunately, our societies and our citizens are a lot more free and sophisticated than the old apparatus that were used. The idea of controlling the will of thousands and even millions is a big lie. The clientelar capos exist and they have their operation networks. But the truth is that their efficacy is increasingly more renders increasing more failures every time. If they had the efficiency that they claim, it would have never been possible to experience the phenomena that we have last year in Chihuahua, Veracruz, or Quintana Roo. To not bias my thesis, it wouldn't have been possible to have alternancy in Guerrero or Oaxaca. I mean, elections in Mexico are in fact what they are supposed to be, a moment of freedom to change or to ratify a government. But this thesis is absolutely central. Not only comes from one observer who is a little bit myopic, like I am, normally dedicated to other matters, but I have been reading several works that are backed by very sophisticated statistics and sociology, showing with mathematical details that even though the political parties in Mexico are consecrating to give gifts during electoral campaigns, their efforts are useless. It fades out once the voters with their heads on consider other values to vote. If they have a partisan idealism, the campaign promises, the credibility of the candidate, the opinion environment, and very long, etc. In a very recent book edited by the Austin University, the director Green shows two simultaneous things that are at the same time paradoxical. It is true that the use of money and gifts is widely spread in Mexico and Latin America precisely because of the poverty of the most, with broken expectation and the very low salaries that people receive. But it is also true that poor people think thoroughly, and they are not political zombies. At the end of the day, they end up voting freely if they can do it secretly. And that is precisely one of the big missions of our electoral institutions. I am closing my first item with this data of this same survey by Green. 23% of Mexican constituency in 21st century is exposed to the clientelar strategy and to vote purchase. And only 4% of that fifth seems to obey directly the line of the purchase and coercion. Clientelism in our democracies is less efficient every day. Blood, sweat, and tears. That is what the new economic package offers. The one that was just presented to Congress for next year, but a little bit less of those things in the states in which we will have elections in 2017. Nevertheless, under such circumstances, there is a big opportunity that regardless the extreme austerity that the federal government is promoting, Mexico City could compress social support programs and concentrate resources in an equitable, transparent, and honest manner to turn the set of supports in economic rights that have a universal character. To be more clear, the constitutional proposal of the chief of government of Mexico City is being discussed right now. For those who come from abroad, Mexico City is writing its first constitution of the modern days. This political constitution that is being discussed as we speak opens the space for a citizen and universal space for citizens in Mexico City so that for the first time a true state of social wellness and social democracy, I mean. What if the market is producing paupers and extreme paupers? We will never have social policies that are enough to solve that problem. Either the economic policies complies with its obligations, or this policy will be condemned to failure. That is why economic policy is to be central for the sharing, the consumption, and the inclusion that it cannot have in another social policy. The Constitution of Mexico City can start to install in the country this kind of rationale, this notion and philosophy of a new economy, of a new society based on rehabilitated states and a dignified market. This is what, above all, we have to defend in the proposal of Miguel Ángel Mancera for the Constitution of Mexico City. According to the great historian of post-war, Tony Youth, the compression of programs, the elimination of clienteles, and the institutional concentration originated around the world the period of the better economic prosperity of the 20th century. I think to universal access to quality health services and increasing of income through sufficient salaries so that no one with an honest job in the formal market is condemned to poverty. and or extreme to extreme poverty. In other words, our state and our Mexico City can move forward and take a step forward so that several small programs give their let's go off so that those resources can be used more efficiently for the inhabitants of the Mexico City. That's social and democratic state of Mexico City that I imagine, that I dream about, would rely on 5 institutional systems that would guarantee economical rights. A system of public insurance against essential risks of life, a state financial system for the most needy persons, minimum legal structure of mandatory benefits for their workers, starting with a sufficient salary, a system, a free educational system available to every resident of the city, and the sustainment and modernization of the public social structure as a material base to guarantee the benefits for a state of wellness. Closing, it is not a panacea, but in the history of the last 100 years, there is no better way of accompanying freedom of vote than the equity of conditions that a state of wellness can produce. There is nothing more important, in my opinion, in the new Constitution of Mexico City than this purpose, where freedom, citizens, and equality are linked together in benefit of democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Salomon Chertorivsky. Now the floor goes to Congresswoman Ivonne Ortega. Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to greet my panel colleagues and all the attendants to this important forum. I must say that what my colleagues have said, and I couldn't agree more, particularly with Flavia. There is more women, and we will be debating who is the youngest one, okay? But yes, we are participating, and we will never say our age, right? I would start talking about this reflection. Living in democracy is living with the possibility of electing. This possibility of electing means to have freedom, and clientelism is the first enemy of freedom and consequently of the true democracy. Part of what I like to contribute when I'm invited to a forum is what I have experienced personally, and I would like to share one of those experiences that are related with electoral clientelism, but it's also related to how the society can decide, even regardless of that intention. When I was a mayor at 25 years of age, and local congresswoman at 27, and then a federal congressperson at 29, and I was successful for that. We had a hurricane, Isidoro hurricane, probably you remember that, where it was a great part of Yucatan was devastated, particularly my district, the district where I was aspiring to be federal congresswoman. Our government was from the PAN, political party. Exactly the second district that I was aiming to was the most affected one. Federal government and state government built 100,000 houses, and I needed 110,000 votes. When I registered in my party, someone told me that it was impossible to win that district because it was 86,000 houses that were committed with a party that was in government. But I was knocking door after door, and they will say, I will vote for you, but don't put anything on the door because they will take away my house from me. I said, no. And others said, no, put it. No, I trust you and the way you were trusting me. And I was not wrong. I won by a difference of 55,000 votes of difference. I won the district. Yes, there are evil intentions of coercing society, but the society in every social level that has shown that they have the capacity of deciding who they want as rulers. And I think that this is very important for this forum. My origin is what allowed me to make that decision, because I had to quit school in high school because in the crisis of 1982, my parents' business broke and we didn't have money, and I had to start working so that I could contribute to the economy of my house. So I understood that it had to be my effort, my talent, and my dedication what would determine my fate, and not where I was born. So that allowed me to win that district, and then to become senator, and then the first woman governor in my state. How did I accomplish this? By listening to those that must be listened to. Those who come and talk about a problem, they also talk about a possible solution, and you have to be capable. Those who participate in politics, they can leverage on that. One of the main enemies of democracy is clientelism. I want to share two insights to back up this point. The first one is because it attacks the essence of institutions. Clientelism profits politically with poverty and tries to cut freedom. And I know they say this knowingly because I experienced it. I lived through it in the campaign when I wanted to be governor of Yucatan. PAN was in the government, in federal and state government, and the brother of the governor in Xcocop were caught by the people with portfolios with 4 million pesos, if I remember well. And he had about 400 or 500 credentials. He tried to flee. He wanted to run away. People surrounded his vehicle. The police intervened in the favor of that criminal, not in favor of society. A pregnant woman was in risk there, and the baby was born finally. He's a boy, and that condition and that violation to the law, and to this moment has not been properly prosecuted. This is an example of clientelism, but also power abuse. And this takes me to the second insight. Clientelism cuts the virtue of the public office and public policies. This, I have to make it clear. Politicians do not achieve their positions to receive or to make favors. They are there to work and to comply, to fulfill their tasks, to do their duty. In Latin America, we have institutions, parties, very weak institutions and political parties that have not been able to understand the needs of people and consequently govern for themselves or for their own interests. What has happened with social policies? A factory of poor people. And I'll explain why. In the different governments, we have witnessed that no matter what's the name of the social project, Prospera, Progress, Opportunities, whatever, it is announced, it is publicized very noisily, and it has a number of beneficiaries of the program. I would cry. That means that I'm creating more poor people to this enormous bag. If each one of those social programs of the different levels of government, state, municipal, or federal, would take one family, empower that family, and so that they get out of poverty. In my tours around the country, I see that Mexicans are tired of the unfairness and of an existentialist system that is not empowering anyone and doesn't give opportunities to people to achieve their goals. Nevertheless, I can see also Mexicans like I am that fight, that are hardworking people ready to go as far as their efforts and talents will allow them to. This is why, before closing my participation, I want to share a few actions that we could take to help us to create the necessary conditions to become successful. The most important one is transparency. the effective supervision of the origin and destination of resources. 2, governments with public policies that are based on efficiency and no in political commitments. 3, agile and governments that are close to people. The less hands-off in a process, less opportunities are for corruption. 4, make the citizens aware of their own rights. Public servants should be the first ones to guarantee that there is no service that can be obtained in exchange of favors. By experience, I'm telling you that it is possible to win elections, because I've done it, without using political clientelism, and it is possible to defeat a clientelistic government. The challenge is to know who to listen to. The best consultant for a politician is the one who is experiencing the problems every single day. By listening, I was capable of identifying a problem. When I had already won the government in Yucatan, I was an elected governor, and the public property registry had a problem. They had tried to digitalize the public registry, and they did not digitalize the sides of the deeds, which are the most important sectors. So I was not a governor in office, but I called the notaries, I called the employees of the public registry of property, the students of several universities, and we began to correct a problem that was becoming a very great problem for the state, and that was generating a financial problem because of this problem, they had to work on their documents in other states. So now the public registry in Yucatan is totally digitalized. In the past, you could find piles of paper, and depending on the amount of the bill, you could find or not find the file. But now you just request it by internet, and it will be sent to your house. So the less hands-on, the less corruption we will find. The other thing that I believe on is in meritocracy. We request the state employees loyalty with the state. Those of us who have had the opportunity to govern, to rule, if the government is loyal also to the employees. An underdelegate of the National Registry, he makes 7,000 pesos per month. He processes deeds of millions of pesos. If he decides to be honest and loyal to the state, what the state is paying back is only 7,000 pesos per month. And the same thing happens with a migration employee, where they have the conveyors in the airport or the migration supervision points in the borders. One of those employees make 12,000 pesos. Imagine that he is looking at a portfolio that is holding 1 million pesos. He's making 12,000. Probably he will be tempted to grab that, because he will be paying for the education of his kids, probably. What happens if the government says, everything you find in that conveyor belt, you will get a portion of it, a percentage of that, and you will have a payback for you and for your family? Today, all of them who decide to be honest and to be loyal and to work lives in poverty and inequity. I think that the governments have to work to generate even and smoother conditions, so that in every spot of the country, independently of where you were born, it is your effort, your talent, and your education what determines your fate in life, and not the money that you can move. Thank you very much, Congresswoman Ivonne Ortega. Now the floor goes to Senator Hernan Larraín. Thank you. By the way, for those who were so kind as to invite me to participate in this forum, the INE, the OAS, and for all of you for your patience in listening, talking about us and our ideas. I want to greet the presence of the ambassador of Chile in Mexico, Ricardo Núñez. We shared a lot of years in the Senate, and although we walked on separate and opposing paths, we always had a friendship and respect as our country deserves. Talking when I was listening to President Mesa and Cerezo in the last panel, talking about the future of democracy, this future society, as to how are we thinking about the future? How are we going to solve those problems that are already strangling and making difficult to operate our institutions? I thought that we were going to talk about a very specific area, and it looks like it belongs to a different world, because clientelism is an expression of the current problems of our region. Clientelism is a distortion of democracy because it intends to get, directly or indirectly, a vote for totally wrong reasons, just using just to obey to a given political project. The idea is to deprive people from their freedom, and I think that this is producing very grave problems for the healthy operation of democracy, for a responsible performance in public positions. In that sense, I think that it is important to see why is this happening. Undoubtedly, according to many surveys, especially one aid by PNUD not many years ago, in our region, poverty and inequity are very powerful reasons, factors to foster this. Not only to foster this, but also in a way it intends to preserve it, because for many candidates it looks comfortable. This system is more comfortable because it's easier to get votes doing that by clientelism than to really win them. If we take this to the because we have a better education, we have more years of education, but the education has not improved in quality in general terms. If we do not break this inequity in access to education, to opportunities, this lack of equity, it will be difficult to generate radical changes. We have to say that clientelism has a cause and an effect, and I share what Salomon just said. There is a certain citizen freedom, but I'm more skeptical. I have been a candidate many times, and I have been in scenarios like the following. I'm in a city of my district. I am walking along the streets, talking to the people, and a lady says, "I will vote for you if you pave this street." And, but I'm a parliamentary, I am not capable of determining that. But she doesn't care if I am a mayor, minister, president, representative. For her, I'm an authority, and she has a problem, and her problem is that her street is not paved, and it has mud and dust, and that's the only thing she cares about. Consequently, that's the fact that will contrast and influence the electoral decisions. And there are many ways or many styles of clientelism. The obvious one is, of course, the gifts during campaigns. Big parties, with little tokens and things like that, souvenirs. Probably cards for the supermarket in some countries. Yeah. You can find almost anything. There's another more creative style. I had this colleague. He was very smart in the program for housing subsidies. He would find out in that office who were the next beneficiaries. We had 5 committees that they would receive the benefit in a couple of months. So what did he do? With that information, he would go and visit those 5 committees and said, what's the problem you're experiencing now? Well, you know, the subsidy, we haven't been able to get it. Oh, I'll address that. I'll solve that problem. A week later, he came back and it says, in 1 month, you will have your money, your subsidy. Is that clientelism or not? It's coopted too of a government organization, a public service used for electoral benefit. And there's another one that we call in Chile the bonus culture. When there's a crisis, when something happens, whatever it is, the economy drops, and the president says, in the face of this crisis, it's a bonus, $100 per person for many people. 2 months later, and we have a very crude winter. And again, another bonus. And then we have Christmas. And then we have a bonus for a proper celebration of Christmas. Meaning that with the bonus culture, we give a few pesos to the most poor people, the poorest people. At the end of the day, they are very grateful because they can find a few things for school or something good, and it generates a dependence on the government for specific situations that at the end of the day, when they are granted, when they are not shared like that, they think that it's a problem by the government, and this is happening also in the community, in local communities.
There are some mayors that work a lot with the neighboring mayors that work a lot with the neighboring groups. They co-opt the presidents and they co-opt the people that runs those things, which creates a relationship that doesn't necessarily belongs to the mayor for the progress of the whole vicinity of the community, but he works in a clientelistic fashion, neighbor by neighbor, meeting by meeting, with which he ensures re-election, but they do not necessarily ensure that the monies allow for the progress of the community. There are many examples, but I have to mention also the cartels, the drug cartels or the organized crime cartels that work hand in hand with some of the citizen representatives, and they generate this by means of different benefits. For instance, financing the sports club for the place to make it very successful, bringing the best stars, and by that means also creating some form of clientelism. Many examples, and I think denaturalizes the sense of politics. And by the way, it is very damaging for democracy. And it is true. This probably do not have a 100% influence, but they exert some influence, and as much as we maintain this status quo in our communities, they're going to keep influencing. And I think we need to be in conditions as to move forward in programs that will allow us to attack this situation. And I would like to state 3 action lines. The first one, in very general terms, probably the axis that I think is very important for these and for other purposes, in general, with everything that has to do with corruption, because this is a form of corruption, is the program of, just call it open state, open government, open parliament, open society, by means of transparency, access to public information, and accountability. These are central axes. By the way, I want to tell you, we discuss a lot about these things. Everybody's embedded in that. But when the time comes to say, I want you, who is the authority, we just approved in Chile that forces 55,000 people that have authority positions in different areas to present a report on their income and their goods and their wealth. It existed before, but if you went to the former law, they were very deceitful. Now we're going to have that declaration of the patrimony, and it can. And if we're going to have it with a reusable format, we are going to be foreseeing the conflict of interest and knowing where to be more vigilant in order to prevent these things. The information belongs to the citizens, not to the authorities. We are far beyond that obscure time in which the state this culture of obscurantism and secrecy, in which the government kept the citizens informed of whatever they wanted to be to report. Now the citizens own the information, and the culture of transparency is an achievement that is being achieved, but we need to insist in that. And by the way, accountability, not like the self-eulogies that authorities do about themselves when they exploit their magnificent works, but we should have an analysis of achievements or good things and bad things about everything that the government has done. And we force this to something that is called the programmatic vote. That means that when you run for any type of election, you subscribe yourself with a certain program, and you have to be accountable for that program every year. The governor, the mayor, representative, whatever. Accountability for what that person committed himself to do. I said, I'm just going to do this thing, and this is my report. I comply, or I didn't comply, because there's a reason. I mean, and you need to explain the reason. Transparency doesn't mean you have to do always the same, but being honest in complying your service. And by the way, in the same first axis, we need to fight the causes of why these things happen. Economic development is still a depth of democracy. We have seen several decades with no big crises, but democracies have not been able to satisfy citizen demand. And that's why there's a lot of skeptical think of saying that democracy has not responded as they expected or as it was committed to do so. And secondly, with the strengthening the institutions, I think that many times the institutions are managed the way we want them to manage, at their own convenience. When I see that many rulers in our region, when they end their period, they look to be re-elected, and they change the constitution to re-elect themselves over and over again, is because people are at the service of the institution and the legal frame of the state of law. But we want a democratic state to be in the service of my personal service, or my party, or my collectivism. That distortion of the institutions is a lack of respect with the rule of law of a country. And even if you have the votes, and even if you win those elections, you're exerting a lot of damage to the state of law and the democratic and democracy, because people loses faith, loses confidence in the institutions. In another order of matters, I think the legislation about political parties and campaigns need to be changed. We need to have transparency in political parties. Political parties are still very opaque institutions. Congresses have improved by There are some parliamentaries that have parliamentaries and have politicians. Half of ours is transparent and half of it is opaque. I think we need to make both parties transparent, and the parties need to abide to the rules that are being imposed to the Congresses with clear surveillance and the control of those resources and transparency in those resources. In the campaigns, this is very important. We have approved a very stringent legislation forbidding all presents, any present. It limited publicity to extremes that we are 3 weeks from a main election, and it seems that in Chile nobody knows that there are elections. It seemed that the limitations of publicity were a little too stringent. We restricted financing, and we also provided muscle and teeth to the controllership organ to overlook that not only in the accountability but also what is being done in the streets, with which I think it is possible to certainly reduce clientelism by means of serious, complete legislation helping to verify these matters. At the state level, as who spoke before me said, public service should be elected by merits and have rules ensuring an objective compliance to avoid being used for the parliamentary, which is the friend of the government in turn. Whenever we had a professional public service based upon merits, there's no space for clientelism. There will always be clientelism because there's no such thing as a perfect society, but we will reduce it. What we're discussing here is to reduce it as much as possible. Also to have unique registration of people. Whatever is your identity or your voting card or whatever, need to perceive and publicly record all the benefits, all the subsidies that they receive from the states. And anybody can investigate. And thus, we avoid that some people receive a lot and some people receive nothing. And who are the ones to receive? Well, the clients of the party, the clients of the sectors of the clients of the party. The idea is to make this thing more transparent. And finally, a reflection about the topic of gender has been broadly discussed. I'm not to compete with what they said, the lady said here. They put the women over there, and over here they put Toby's Club. But I want to tell my fellow speakers, women, that you have spoken clearly about this thing. This law of political party financing, the possibility for companies and individuals to contribute is there, but only in a small proportion. In my party, we decided it is the biggest party, or that has the more monies, and according to votes, and we achieved a reasonable amount that by law 10% of it need to be spent in the integration of women. And what this has meant is that we have created a group called Mujeres en la Cancha, led by women, but we also have the participation of men. It's not a matter of being excluded now that we start claiming the rights of the minorities. We want to share, well, and we are visiting the country with this group, inviting women from the population, the social area, or the professionals, and to report them what do we think and the political project that we have. But what's the meaning of being a mayor, a parliamentary minister, a secretary, or whatever? To train them to face different tasks, try to find ways to develop their activities together with their family activities. Unfortunately, in Chile and probably in many of our countries, men have not assumed our responsibilities at home and the families. Women are still supporting that big burden. Probably the new generations are sharing more than the old generations, but how to open a space and education allowing us to fulfill or to abide with the gender quota. Because of course, if you force me to take 40% of women, I'm going to take them, but I don't want to abide that obligation in the case of my party. just for the sake of it. On the opposite, I think women are extraordinary candidates. I have been the contender of a woman in the last senator election, and I would rather compete against a woman against a man because they are great candidates. So we don't want to just fill the spaces, but to have good candidates. And I think that is going to be able to happen and to develop in as much as we open not only quotas, but also facilitating those quotas to be fully abide with, because you do not fulfill that by just putting women there. But we want to educate leaders, and that's also a task for us. And probably in a process, in a time of, in a frame of 5-10 years, this task is going to be fully fulfilled, and in some aspects we're going to have some progress. In fact, in these municipal elections that I was talking about, in the last election we had that more than 20% women candidates. In this election, we achieved 30%, which with no quotas in this case, which sets a maturity in our country that I hope is still felt, because gender equality is also part of a necessary new equality to which our societies aspire in order to finish with all the exclusions, with all the limitations that for many reasons, the history might be a better judge, have permeated in our societies and have configured it in the last times, and have prevented many to be part and stakeholders in their history. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator. Now we're going to go to the Q&A session. They are already formulated here from our dear audience, some of them. I will tell the speakers that I have seen that they are particularly from youngsters, and that the questions are characterized by going to practical questions of what to do, and how to face in practical terms what this thing that I will call a cancer of the democracy, which is electoral clientelism. There might be some questions that will arise from this that will be aside other than this characteristics, but this is what most of the questions discuss. We will start in the program order. In this case, Dr. Salvador Romero. Precisely, the question is, what can the youth contribute? What can they do? They ask here, in order to inhibit this subculture of electoral clientelism. What can you suggest the youth to do? Let's start with that question then. Perfect, thank you very much. I think the challenge that the youth has against clientelism is not challenge fundamentally different to the one that the rest of the citizens have. And I think we have seen some things that might help limiting or fighting clientelism. There's one that is, of course, quite evident, which is not falling in those temptations or the practices of clientelism when they come from the parties or the candidates. Being able to put a barrier and saying, I do not agree, or I do not go for these practices, because that will be a first direct element of rejection for clientelism practices. But there are others that are linked with the supervision work that the youth can perform in their quality as citizens, about the work of the authorities once they are in office. Some of these elements that are linked with a demand of transparency, with a demand of follow-up or of surveillance of the management of the public monies is there. So I think the challenges there are not some that are specific to the youth, but there are many activities that as citizens, the youth can, as people from other groups of age, do in order to limit, to reduce the clientelism spaces. Thank you, Salvador Romero. There's no question that we agree, I think. Those in this forum about this answer. Question for Flavia Fladenberg. I think that is a tough one. How can you take civic education to the poorest communities of the country? Here, there's even a series of questions in that theme. What to do so the poor, regardless of their great needs, say no to electoral clientelism? The first thing we need to do is stop thinking that all poor can become clients. I think we need to destigmatize. There's like a stigma that anybody that is poor is a client. And you have seen in La Ley de Herodes, Herod's Law, you can be client in different phases of the clientelar structure. The way of bringing more civic culture to the poor is with more schools. Latin American societies have built this based upon schools. Argentina, Chile, Brazil, I'm not saying right now, I'm thinking a century ago, we built citizenships from the schools. We even built it from the forced military service because it was a way to generate stronger cohesion in the societies. More schools in the zones and the places that are the poorest. But I think we need to stop thinking that the client is an individual that is amorphous, ignorant, incapable. On the opposite, we have studied this a lot. We have made a lot of studies that show not vote by it, but clientelism, because sometimes from my standpoint, we confuse clientelism with vote buying. Clientelism doesn't happen the day of the election. The day of the election, go and watch the elections. Go and look. The day of the election, you see nothing. The network is built during the non-electoral times. I remember a few years ago in a town from the Equatorian coast, I went with the politicians where the candidate was driver, and the driver was saying, to the left, an older lady with a small child. To your right, you're going to see an older man with such and such. To your other left, you're going to see such and such. And he will tell names. And I said, how do you know that people is going to come out of the street? Oh, we have given them things. They better come out because we're checking them. We're monitoring them. I remember the interviews here when I did some field work in the north in a neighborhood a few years ago. The clientelar networks are feminine. The ones that work for vote, home by home, that have enough confidence to go into the house, that do it all year long. They don't do it the day of the election, are women. Now, when we need to put them as candidates, they have the nerve to say there are no women in the parties. And more than 50% of the militants of the Latin American parties are women. That's why I applaud. It's one of the few things in which I listen to a man with an agenda for women. We need more feministic men like you to come here to say things that we are saying over and over again. And they look at us like we were nutty women that are saying things that are just that make no sense. How do you eradicate exclusion in our Latin American societies? By means of education, but we have to take the schools to where the people, the poorest people live. And if you allow me, Councillor, I want to point out a different thing to the question made to my colleague and friend Salvador. You know what? youngsters. I have listened the forum something between youth and not youngsters and not youngsters. And I ask my dear Manuel Carrillo for the next forum of democracy, more of these people that has come here to every forum, that have even taken the buses, that have stayed for hours to get here, that have come from many places of the country, that are listening to us in the internet. I want them here, sitting here in front. What we must not do is to think that this is a group of white men over 50, which is normally the case in Latin American politics. Look at the cabinets, look at the congresses, because they don't want to put women by means of laws or sentences. I don't just want white men over 50. I have no problem with white men. What I'm saying is that that is not the Latin American society. And then they tell us that we are that we mistrust or that we are not interested in politics. Maybe we are not interested in that type of politics. What I ask the youth that we're asking Salvador what to do: study, investigate, research, go into the neighborhoods, talk to people, explain that that is now how democracy is built. And if you know something about technology, develop apps, applications to detect electoral fraud, and applications, informatic applications to show whenever politicians do things that are not right. And it's not true that all politicians are corrupt, and it's not true that all politicians have, like my dear Delia says, not myself, from a planet called corruption. No, untrue. We have to stop identifying that thing. We have to stop living politics based upon stereotypes. That's what I wanted to contribute. Thank you, Dr. Flavia. Now it's the turn for an answer to Dr. Salomon Czartoryski. They are asking if you believe that whatever it is, it is being done right now to stop clientelism are enough, or if you have new proposals. I'm going to start, like Flavia said, wanting to add something to what she was saying. This topic of civic education, and I think goes beyond schools. It's not a topic exclusively of information or transmitting information. We need education. We need to change the chip. We need to make that every one of the individuals feel responsible of what we're doing, and for that there are methods. There's something that can be done. Let me take advantage of the being here. I put an example. I see that some of you guys share this pink vow in this month to make awareness of breast cancer. A lot of women know how they can do a self-exploration. A lot of women know that after 40 they must at least go every 2 years to have a mastography. But why it doesn't happen? Because sometimes I'm worried that I'm going to see ourselves in the mirror and we're going to touch ourselves and we're going to find something. And that's the fear of what might happen. It's no longer a matter of information, of knowing the risk, of knowing what needs to happen, but of knowing that you are responsible and that only yourself can be responsible of what you are doing. I think that in this topic on how to educate, what we need fundamentally is new mechanisms to go out to the communities and to educate in a different way so the citizens can become truly responsible of our acts, and that our acts are going to have consequences. But I need to change our mentality in matters of how we educate and we form people, because it cannot only be with information. That's a very specific topic. The other thing, well, truly, I don't know what else, what other sanctions can we input. I think our jurisprudence in electoral matters, our electoral system is quite stringent, and there's always a way in which people go around it. I think that, again, we need to change our economic model. And I'm sorry to insist on this thing, because vote, at least in our country, we can put some Yvonne lived that herself. There are transitions in our country. You can reduce the numbers that I was in. I was not a senator. I was not giving objective numbers in the sense of what the studies said of really who acts. But I repeat, transitions show that ever more the possibility to have clienteles that at the end go and vote are getting smaller and smaller. But I insist, where the topic lies is that we have advanced in freedom, but we have not advanced in equality. And that's where I believe lies the root of many of our problems. Senator was saying, you demand economic results from democracy, but we have had progress in the democratic model, but we have not advanced in the new idea of economic model. And I think that's, we cannot ask the democratic vote mechanism to solve the problems when many times, even between parties, they have the same idea, at least during the last 40 years of the prevailing economic model. And that's in which we have not delved into the discussion, and where we have not found the strengthening of our societies and our political parties to propose a different economic model. Since the 80s, the world, even the societies that opted for democratic societies in the economic portion, went to the free market model, to the neoclassic neoliberal model. And we need to understand that that model has taken us to states, deep states of inequality. And while that inequality persists in our country, while meanwhile wealth is not shared with everybody, you cannot demand democracy to do something that it's impossible to do. I will say that more than new restrictions and new punishments, what we need is altogether, and probably like Flavia said, what I would like to see in the 8th Forum is, let's hope that we have tracks that discuss about economic topics and inequality, because at the end of the day, that is where the root what to do or what not to do that citizens of this continent can do and not do in society. And I think that without that, what we're demanding from democracy is too much. It has already fulfilled what it was supposed to fulfill. Now, thank you, Doctor. Now it's the turn of Representative Yvonne Ortega. Our youngsters present here are asking if you could share a little bit more about an experience to inhibit those practices, but from your function as a governor from Yucatan. Before answering the question, I would like to quote those who have discussed things before. First, what the youngsters were saying, what do we need to do? Because I include myself and amongst youngsters, take action. I became a mayor because around the market of my town there was drainage that one mayor opened it and the other one buried it. Before, instead of criticizing who opened it and who closed it, I decided to become the first mayor, the first woman mayor at the age of 25 with a high degree of difficulty, but with an electoral participation of 84% of the registered voters. I advise you that if you want to be here, youngsters, take action. Whatever you decide is going to be achieved if you decide to do that. And I also was listening to Flavia that we need more schools. We do need schools, but we also need more connectivity. It is the responsibility of the states to take technology to the last nook and cranny of the country. And wherever we're born, we must have the opportunity to know what is going on in the world.
And to the Senator, I recognize that you are making extra efforts in your party in Mexico. In the last legislature, I was a General Secretary of PRI. It was passed that 50% for local and federal chambers. And when this was passed, we have to have a training workshop. I would like to ask you both, men and women, if women are capable of generating life, we can be capable of ruling. If women are capable of managing, administrating a home, what's the best ever training course? It's just to train ourselves. It's home. We cannot measure gender. We have to measure the capacity of men and women in every single competence sector. And as a governor, I will tell her that the most important part to back up an electoral process and to combat clientelism is participation of society. When I was mayor, 84% of the voters list voted, and when I was candidate for the government, it was 77% of the electoral list, and I had an 8.4 of acceptance at the conclusion of my office. And another candidate of my own party was my successor with a 77% of participation with almost 12 points of difference. So the best way of combating, fighting against clientelism is to allow a free participation of society in an electoral process. Thank you, Congresswoman Yvonne. And now, Senator Hernán Larraín, we will ask him if he can share, because they are asking us for that, if you can share any law or reform or bill that in your country was especially useful to combat these clientelism practices. Any crucial moment in the history of your country that represents a breakthrough in this particular topic? Well, yes, I will talk before that of my colleagues. I will do it briefly. Regarding the young people, I believe that we still have a very accomplished problem, the ninis, those that does not go to school or not work. And we have, in 20% we have in my country, people, the group between 16 and 20 years of age do not go to school and don't work. This is a very grave problem because there is a marginalization of young people, and this is very powerful. Secondly, I think that we have to change the paradigm because it would look like the older generations want to work for the youngsters, and we have to work with the youngsters. I think that this is a matter of integration in doing and leading and ruling. This is the only way of overcoming these facts. Regarding civic education, in Chile, civic education was banished. In other countries, it was extracted from the curricula. And I believe that there is an indebtedness because we have to educate citizens. We have to form them. It's not only a matter of instructing them. We have to make them feel in their minds, in their educational structure, that they are part of a society. When this woman said that she wanted her street to be paved, at the end of the day, she didn't know. She didn't know what I was doing. What was my role? I was a senator, and senators don't pave streets. It is not within our scope of responsibility. So this is part of the civic education. They have to know what is each government official is supposed to do. In Chile, we are going back to having civic education workshops and to work very strongly on this. In this civic education, there is an underlying ethical issue related to behavior issue. It belongs to the politicians, parliamentaries, and authorities. But it also depends on the citizen, because the citizen votes the way that voter wants at the end of the day, but accepts. And I think that an individual's dignity is in rejecting the material object with which the vote is intended to be purchased or bought, but to have a closeness. In the measure we can suppress poverty, well, of course, that will help, because there is not a material element that is in the middle of the way. There are many styles, as we already discussed. There's different styles of clientelism, but they are more sophisticated in Europe or the United States because they're facing educated citizens with a concept of dignity, a personal dignity that requires more respect demands more respect for the citizens. So equity in economy, I think that I'm very interested to hear more about that, because I think that there's a lot of poverty and inequity in our countries. There's differences with the way of doing it, because there's countries with financial equity, but all of them are poor. There's equity, but there's very well-known recipes in the mechanism of certain ideologies that cannot guarantee freedom in exchange of equity, and they have not recognized equity also. So, finally, we have to talk about abstentionism. We are facing a problem of lack of participation, and in a very significant way. I know that in the Colombian plebiscite, the lack of participation was very significant. And this is starting to happen. Citizens are tired of our decisions, and they just don't want to go vote. We have the voluntary vote, and we established that 5 or 6 years ago. The first time it was voted was 4 years ago. That was the first free vote election. That in the parliamentary and presidential election, we had 57%, and now we have municipal elections, and I believe, as specialists forecast, that we will not accomplish not even 41%, that we will have 35 or 37%. As an average, that means that in the municipalities where they are electing mayor with a participation of 20 to 22%, that is, the mayor will be elected with 11%. Is that legitimate from the democratic standpoint? So consequently, we are having a problem here that is related to legitimacy and strength of democracy. We are facing a major problem because we are not providing the necessary response. We haven't been able to read the change of times. And that led us to the discussion of President Cerezo and Mesa earlier today. There's something that I cannot waive to mention. It's my big concern as a Chilean politician. We are having elections in a few weeks where the citizens, because they feel bad with politics, with the kind of response that we are giving, all of the rejection is only for the ones of one sector or the other. It's for all of them. If we do not realize this and address it, I think that democracy can be severely damaged. I do not believe that we will go back to the coup times, but the institutional weakness can undermine stability and the rule of law. I'm sorry that I extended too much. Regarding the question, what has been really significant in my country? I think that it was very significant to pass the law of transparency and access to information, which included an element that has made the difference. A council for transparency. Probably in Mexico it's not that different because we have the IFAI and now we have the INAI playing that role. But in Latin America it doesn't exist because if you don't have an autonomous organization, there is no promotion of transparency culture, and that has made the difference in our country. And the other thing that is making the difference is that the legislation and the agenda of transparency and honesty that is being promoted, we are now enjoying the first fruits of that crop. We are talking about financing and control of expense for parties, the possibilities of advertising and propaganda to publicize the projections or proposals, the law creating the interest patrimony and the way it will be controlled. In our Commission of Transparency and Honesty in the Senate, when we pass a law, for instance, related to fisheries, we will be requesting our office in parliamentary ethics to find out which parliamentary, which senator has interest in the fisheries. And they will give us a response. And we will be talking to those parliamentaries. This is our yellow light. Look that you have this background and analyze if you can vote. If you and if they vote improperly, they can be sanctioned. So we are making improvements to avoid conflicts of interest. Another law is the lobbying law. It is very difficult to regulate lobbying. It was very difficult. Ricardo was presiding the commission, and the project didn't grow. But we're working on it. It is not a matter of someone that is incapable of defending his interest before making decisions. Everyone has the right to defend their interest, but we are demanding it to be done openly, publicly, and transparently. If anyone was to promote something, it has to be known. And that has been helping us a lot to make our activity more transparent. The transparency agenda, honesty, transparency, and modernization of politics, I believe, is helping us to make significant changes that within a reasonable period of time will help us to recover the trust of the citizens. We will fail on that if people don't feel that we are working for them and not for us. And furthermore, we are rendering effective results in improving their quality of life of people, and not to be perceived as privileged people while the citizens are having a rough time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. As there are many questions, and there's even a dialogue among all the panelists, we will have a last round of questions and answers that you can also use to make a closure of this conversation that has been generated. I am only requesting you, begging you to have an answer of not more than 2 minutes per person, to make a better use of our time and to respond to some questions and to make a closure for your interventions. Dr. Salvador Romero is being asked, in your opinion, what is more harmful? Clientelism, the social state, or the rule of law? I believe that the phenomenon of clientelism, what is more harmful? Clientelism will hurt more democracy or the rule of law? I think that the problem of clientelism is that it is undermining every single sector, not especially only one of them. It is undermining electoral processes because it tries to corrupt citizens by generating a lack of balance among the political forces, an unbalance that is not a result of a loyal competence. It affects public policies because it finally generates biases in the state, in a state that has to be Republican and impartial. So public policies end up being distorted. It also affects the freedom, integrity, dignity of citizens when as they are believe that they have to be subject to what they say and not responding to their quality as citizens. So those features that favor clientelism have an effect over democracy, quality, the integrity of electoral processes, over the even or smooth feature that an electoral competence should have. So we would have to try to reduce the space of clientelism, and one of the fundamental mechanisms on which we should insist over and over again is the freedom held by each one of our citizens when they are voting, the preservation of the secrecy of vote is a critical element which, if not totally suppresses or limits the practice of clientelism, can really help in the reduction of its efficiency. Secondly, we must fully understand the phenomena of clientelism. Sometimes we think that clientelism is targeted to voters that are not decided. But according to research and according to the context, clientelism might have a different miscellaneous targets, and they will purchase a long-term loyalty of that citizen with a political party more than the direct practice of the vote. So we have to understand clientelism in its different styles in order to be able to efficiently combat clientelism that is happening before the electoral process, close to the election day, and the one that starts after the electoral process with the purpose of purchasing the loyalty, the vote, the preference of citizens for the next electoral process. So clientelism affects everything that participate in the electoral cycle, before, present, and after. So, inasmuch we understand better those practices, we will be better capable of responding and create the legal mechanisms or educational mechanisms for our citizens in many cases, or strengthening the quality and integrity, to strengthen the quality and integrity of citizens.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Salvador.
Thank you, Dr. Salvador, and I thank you very much for your interventions. Dr. Flavia Freudenberg. They are asking, Doctor, what kind of relationship must young people have with the political parties? Are you sure you want me to answer that in 2 minutes? I think that the senator said this very clearly. Latin American political parties have a backlog regarding the democratization of Latin America. They continue to make politics the way politics was carried out years ago, decades ago, even before democracy, even in dictatorships and such. They are big black boxes. And of course, not to talk about the internal democracy, that's the eternal debate in politics. No one wants to say who. No one has to discuss that the way they make decisions within most of the Latin American political parties are exclude people. They are dark, not transparent, and not inclusive. Therefore, young people and political parties, young people, you have to go there, go to a party. This is not the only way of doing politics. Politics cannot be reduced only to political parties, although you know that I go along life like defending political parties in Latin America, because I am convinced that without political parties, there is no democracy. Why? Because I am convinced that without political parties, the scenario is very fruitful for more clientelism and more populism, less liberalism, and less democracy. and less ideas and less programs. Therefore, I believe that what we have to rethink is the way in which we are making politics. And if you young people believe that come from a different planet, which I don't believe, because they're talking about young people as if they were totally different from society. No. All of us are product of the same society. There is no politicians from Corrupton, and there is no youngsters from the Angels planet. No. And not all politicians are the way we think. We are generating exclusive categories over and over again. We have to change the way we make politics. I was sort of revolutionary when I said that school is important. I refer to the fact that many countries in Latin America has forgotten as a key element civic culture, civic education. We have disregarded that, but that's not the only step. That is one tool, but without that tool, what kind of democrats are we going to build? We're not thinking about that. We have built 240 electoral reforms in 17 countries as of 1978 to 2016. 240 reformation processes, and none of them took seriously the education of citizens as democrats. And I think this still prevails. It not only depends from the market or the state or the parties or the young people or the political class or the political elite. This belongs to everyone. I have a lot of issues, but I want to mention one. Equality and freedom. Are the two factors, and I know that you share that idea with me, Solomon. We spend a lot of time talking about informing citizenship, and what about politicians? When are we going to educate politicians? Thank you very much. As a time manager and administrator, and I understand this function as also as an arbiter, I will omit the questions for the rest of the participants, but you will be able to use the time to make a closure for your intervention so that we can move forward later on with the next section. So we will hear you to close our event. So the floor goes to Salomon Czartoryski. Thank you. I must say very emphatically, I don't know if something was misinterpreted, but the social democracy is freedom and equity. More equity does not necessarily mean less freedom, and there are a lot of examples. After the Second World War, we have to observe the great societies formed in Scandinavia in freedom and with a state of well-being that promoted equity. As of the 80s, the economic model has intended or has put economic growth that with a lot of variables from the scientific standpoint, but equality are in the moral sector, not in the scientific sector. So today, if we want to choose one problem in Latin American societies, that problem resides in equity, and more equity does not necessarily mean less freedom. It must mean a new social pact where we agree upon becoming a community without leaving anyone behind, because if millions of citizens are being left behind, they will not have the grounding, the healthy grounding to participate freely in a democracy. I want to insist, if we want to become a community, we cannot leave anyone behind, and the maximum freedom, all the freedom in the world, but let's start thinking what has failed in equity, and that's what we have to address so that we don't leave anyone behind. Thank you. Dr. Salomon Yashchorivsky, Congressman Yvonne Ortega. Thank you. Thank you for your attention and your patience. I believe that what we share in this forum under different conditions is that at the end of the day, it's not only the party system is not operating. It's not only the problem of having very low participation in our country and many other places in Latin America. What is not working is the system. The citizens are saying, this system is not operational for me anymore. I would invite you to take whatever is very useful in our system, to strengthen it, and then recognize all the failures of the system. Because this is in benefit of everyone, that we save our countries so that no one is left behind. Let's take action. And I have an advice given by my grandparent. My grandfather said, I wish you good luck. Good luck accompanied with 20 hours of work. That's the only way we can save our countries in Latin America. Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Yvonne Ortega. Finally, to close this round of interventions, Senator Larraín. Thank you. The truth is that we have talked a lot about clientelism. And to close, I would like to mention a couple of insights. One is there's an absent topic that should be incorporated every time we speak about public issues and democracy and clientelism or other matters like the ones we have discussed. That is the communication media. We are living in a society that has been mediatized in such a way that politics is now part of the show. Some of them are, it's not that all politicians are corrupt. But what is always highlighted about political actions is because one is corrupt. And it looks like all of them are corrupt. Or because we don't have a Congress senator or a politician that does not abuse criticism, and then he sort of makes the political actions like a show, while positive actions, the good entrepreneurship in the public environment does not have the same echo or the same communication. So the mediatic society, the way they are judging leadership in politics, has a lot to do with how this is being managed and what's the criteria of the media. Because the communication media are stronger than the social networks, and I feel that there is an absence of a social role that allows us to think how the media can contribute to structure the kind of society that we want. Finally, I think along these 3 days, listening to these interesting debates, I have this feeling that we are not that far away from our aims. There's people from many places, mainly from Mexico, of course, but among the participants, among those who have spoken, there are voices from many, many spots and many standpoints, many different places. Our people is suffering, our people is having a bad time. Isn't this the time to think about an agenda, a common agenda, with a more sense of unity, less ideology, less partisan thought, with more commitment to what people is expecting from us? Isn't this the time of humbleness, when we do not think that high about our proposals, that we do not think that we are the owners of the truth? Why don't we create an agenda to fulfill what people is expecting from us? I don't think that there's another way of saving our countries. We have to work on a new social agreement, a new way of ruling our nations. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hernan Larraín. I congratulate you for these reflections, for these insights, which are very important for electoral authorities. Congratulations for them. I thank you all for your participation, and also to you, audience, for your patience and interest. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Les pedimos de favor vamos a hacer
We
un breve
ask you,
receso
let's make
para
a
dar
brief
inicio
break
a la
to
sesión de
start
clausura y
the
dar por
closing
terminados
ceremony
los
and
trabajos
to
del foro.
conclude the
Les pido
works of
un
the
momento de
forum.
su
I
atención
ask
y
you
espera,
for a
por
moment
favor.
of your
Muchas gracias.
attention and wait. Thank you very much.
You know, working hard? Yeah, right, picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me with a Kodak. Took my life from negative to positive, I just want you to know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Pitbull, Naya, Neo, tell us why.
I will not love you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Don't care what they say, all the games they play. Nothing is enough till they handle love. I want you tonight. I want you to stay. I want you tonight. If somebody sexy, tell me. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight.
Take an advent tonight, cause tomorrow I'm also doing bad. I perform for a princess, but tonight I can make you my queen and make love to endless. This insane the way that I'm growing, money keep flowing, hustles move aside, so I'm tiptoeing to keep flowing. I gotta look up like Lindsay Lohan. Put it on my life, baby. I make you feel right, baby. I can promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight that.
Excuse me,
I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
I will not love you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Don't care what they say, all the games they play. Nothing is enough till they handle love. I want you tonight. I want you to stay. I want you tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell me. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight.
Reach for the stars, and if you don't grab at least you're for the top of the world. Think about it, cause if you slip, I'm gonna for the top of you, girl. What I'm over is deeper than the mazes, baby, baby, and it ain't no secret. My grandma's from Cuba, but I'm an American. I don't get the money like secrets. Put it on my life, baby. I make you feel right, baby. Can promise tomorrow.
Grab somebody sexy, tell me. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight.
cotton is high. Your dad is rich, and your mom is good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of these mornings, you're gonna rise up singing. Then you spread your wings and you take to the sky. But till that morning, there is nothing can harm you. With your daddy and mommy standing by. One of these mornings, you're gonna rise up singing. Then you spread your wings and you take to the sky. But till that morning, there is nothing can harm you. With your daddy and mommy standing by. Ben, the two of us need look no more. We both found what we were looking for. With a friend to call my own, I'll never be alone. And you, my friend, will see you've got a friend in me. Ben, you're always running here and there. You feel you're not wanted anywhere. If you ever look behind and don't like what you find, there's something you should know. You've got a place to go. I used to say I and me. Now it's us. Now it's we. I used to say I would turn you away. I don't listen to a word they say. They don't see you as I do. I wish they would try to. I'm sure they think again if they had a friend like Ben. When a man loves a woman, can't keep his mind on nothing else. He'd trade the world for a good time is found. If she's bad, he can see she can't do no wrong. Turn his back on his best friend, he puts her down. When a man loves a woman, spend his very last dime, try to hold on to what he needs. He did give it all, his comfort, and sleep off in the rain. If she said that's the way it ought to be. When a man loves a woman, I give you everything I've got. Oh yeah. Try to hold on to your precious love. Baby, baby, please don't treat me bad. When a man loves a woman, deep down in his soul, she can bring him such misery. If she's playing him for a fool, he is the last one to know. Loving eyes can never see. When a man loves a woman, I know exactly how it feels. blind as he can be, just sees what he wants to see. No man, can you see me at all? Doesn't have a point of view, knows not where he's going to. Isn't he a bit like you and me? Knowing man, please listen. You don't know what you're missing. Knowing man, the world is at your command.
The shadow of your smile when you are gone will color all my dreams and light the dawn. Look into my eyes, my love, and see all the lovely things you are to me. A whisper, little star, was far too high. A teardrop kissed your lips, and so did I. Now when I remember spring, all the joy that love can bring, I will be remembering the shadow of your smile. Look into my eyes, my love, and see all the lovely things you are to me. A wistful little star was far too high. A teardrop kissed your lips, and so did I. Now when I remember spring, all the joy that love can bring, I will be remembering the shadow of your smile, the shadow of your smile, the shadow of your smile.
Please, Mr. Postman, look and see if there's a letter in your bag for me. Why is it taking such a long time for me to hear from that girl of mine? There must be some word today from my girlfriend so far away. Please, Mr. Postman, look and see if there's a letter for me. I've been standing here waiting, Mr. Postman, so patiently for just a card or just a letter saying she's returning home to me. Oh, Mr. Postman, come on and look and see if there's a letter in your bag for me. Why is it taking such a long time for me to hear from that girl of mine? So many days you
¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes. Los invitamos a tomar sus asientos.
We invite you to
Va a dar
take your
inicio la
seats.
sesión de clausura.
We're going to start the
estos
closing
momentos, por
ceremony at this point in time. Please.
Por favor, las personas que están en la parte del café podían pasar a tomar sus asientos. Muchas gracias. Y muchas gracias a todos por su
Thank you all
disciplina,
for
por
your
su
discipline,
asistencia y por su
for
participación
being here, and for
a
your
lo largo de este
participation
foro de la democracia
along
latinoamericana.
this
Esperamos
Latin
vernos
American
el
Forum for
siguiente año.
Democracy. We
Por
hope to see
supuesto
each
que
other
vamos a
next
hacer
year. Of
consultas,
course, we're going
algunos
to
de ustedes respecto
make
de
consultations
los
on some of
temas,
you about the topics,
sugerencias,
suggestions,
y consideraciones
and
temáticas y de ponentes.
thematic consideration and
La verdad,
presenter
muy agradecido igualmente
considerations.
con los ponentes
I
internacionales
thank you a
que nos
lot.
han hecho
I thank a
favor
lot the
de
international
apoyarnos
speakers that
con su talento,
have
con
helped
sus conocimientos, con
us
su
with their
experiencia,
talent, their
y que esto se hace
knowledge, and their
siempre
experience.
en
And
forma
of course, this is always
voluntaria,
done in a voluntary and
gratuita,
educational
nunca persiguiendo
and
un afán de
non-for-profit
lucro, lo cual agradecemos mucho a todos nuestros
way,
invitados
and we thank that
internacionales
to
y a
all
todos
of our
ustedes
international
que hacen de este foro de la
guests
democracia
and
el
all of
éxito
you
que
that
nos
make
merecemos
this
en el mundo.
Democracy
De verdad,
Forum
muchas
the
gracias.
success that we
Esperemos
achieve all
están,
together.
viniendo ya nuestros invitados para
Our
la sesión
guests
de
of honor
clausura.
for the closing ceremony are coming. In a
Damos inicio.
couple of minutes we will start.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias a ustedes. Otra vez nuestro
Thank you
público.
again, our audience.
Como diría un clásico, siempre fiel.
Like the classes will say, always faithful.
Vamos a dar inicio a la
We're
sesión
going
de
to start the
clausura
closing
con la
ceremony
intervención
with the
de la
participation
embajadora
of
María Lesnes,
Ambassador
quien es
Maria
secretaria
Lesnes,
general
who is the
para la
General
Comunidad de las
Secretary
Democracias.
for
Por favor,
the community of the democracies.
Gracias, Manuel.
Thank you, Manuel.
Y gracias,
And
hermanos, amigos y
thank
amigos,
you, my dear friends,
excelentes miembros del panel
excellent members
de
of the
clausura.
closing panel.
Ha sido un gran
It has
placer
been a great pleasure to
la Comunidad
represent
Democracia como
the
organización.
community of democracies as an organization
Para también ser socio
and
de
also
este evento,
be partner
el
of this
séptimo foro para
event,
la democracia
the
latinoamericana.
7th Latin American Forum for Democracy. I want to congratulate and thank the National Electoral Institute,
Su director,
INE,
Lorenzo Córdoba,
its
pero
director
tal vez
Lorenzo
aún
Córdoba,
más
but
a
probably
Manuel
even more
Carrillo
Manuel
por haber
Carrillo
desarrollado
for
este
developing
foro
this
en una institución
very
regional
important forum
para la
in
democracia de la
a
región.
regional way for the democracy of the region. Also, I want to take this opportunity to thank the support provided from Mexico to the community of democracies and the election group. The work developed in this group of the community led by INE is a great example of how we can use a platform of multiple parties interested in strengthening democracy worldwide. This morning, I would like to take a few minutes to share my thoughts about the current state of democracy and to describe what the community of democracies is doing to drive the global agenda in a direction that is compatible with our commitment shared with the universal democratic values. If I had to tell you the situation in a nutshell, is democracy is under attack. The attack comes from the outside, but even worse, it comes from the inside. The most recent annual report from Freedom House describes a decade of backlogs in democracy. I am really concerned of the global struggle that we're currently seeing with authoritarian regimes that capture the states for the satisfaction of their eagerness of unlegitimate power. A democratic election has taken place almost anywhere. Too much people is still governed by autocrats who hide behind the polling stations with the hope that in doing that we cannot see the fact that they are involved in democratic theater. Like an erudite said recently, dictators love elections. In its recent report, like we have discussed, this Latino Barometer says that democracy is stagnant or in decline, with the inequality that is stopping it. Recent polls show that citizens lean more to prefer authoritarian regimes over democracies. As it has been mentioned in these few days, we are seeing a dangerous narrative by means of which authoritarian systems are less corrupt and more capable of fighting corruption. And on the opposite, it is said that democracies generate corruption and are incapable to fight it. But that is completely false. Why? Because the fact that in democracies, corruption is more easily seen because of the freedom of faith, the freedom of speech, the system of balances and counterbalances. That helps create the impression that authoritarian countries have less problems with corruption, when in fact the situation is exactly the opposite. In authoritarian states, what we know is that corruption remains in the height, and that is why it grows more easily. That is one of the things that I think that we are all going to take as a conclusion of these in these days. of debate and discussion. Another trend in the times that we're seeing right now is the discontent of people towards democracies, and it has been mentioned many times. There are several indicators that point in that direction, including the constant reduction of people that exercise their vote to right. It seems that we do not fully appreciate the benefits of a democracy, and that because we are immersed in it every day, you do not see what you have. You do not appreciate what you have until you lose it, until it's no longer there. In addition to that, what I see from my more global perspective is that we see as democratic principles, we see how the basic democratic principles are being threatened in stable democracies throughout the world. We see alarming discourses that celebrate majoritarian elections while they argue against the human rights. They openly embrace the idea of non-liberal democracy. In reality, what arises is a vision of democracy, purely liberal democracy, as an alternative to the democracy that we know and that we awake, that includes human rights, that includes a culture of tolerance. Like it is said, certainly we are facing a sick democracy that is going through a crisis of identity. But the cure is not in authoritarian regimes. All diseases faced by a democracy can be cured with more democracy. That is why we need to join together and we need to act together to face this threat and to ensure a renovation of democracy worldwide. That is the true value of an organization in which membership is based upon shared values instead of military, economic, and geographic interests. Moreover, something that gives me hope is that more than 2.5 million people live in the countries member of our Council of Government, including Mexico, with and a growing number of countries from the American continent. But much more people live in authoritarian regimes that do not have the basic freedom that we take for granted. Our collective efforts are very relevant in moments in which we see growing populism that is exploiting the racial, economic, and religious differences. We a lot suffer regression in politics because of the state of the democracy. But that has not been productive. What has been productive are these 3 days of in the Latin American Forum for Democracy. We have discussed how can we overcome these problems. And I wanted to say, like President Alvaro Corón said or mentioned, we need to renovate, to remodel, and to reform democracy. And I think that many of the answers of these questions we have had the answer to these questions in these days, discussing education for democracy, how to create a civic culture, how to invent new models of citizen participation, how to fight corruption, all the very central topics for a renovation of democracy. We need to join together. We need to pull out this energy in order to answer to the crisis that the world democracy is facing. And I think that we have, with the help of this forum, with all those who have participated, we can move forward as to define how world democracy can answer, can say that yes, we have committed mistakes. Yes, we have not done enough. But yes, we can improve ourselves. That is why I want to conclude by saying that I'm still optimistic about the future, a future based on a shared commitment with the 19 democratic principles that the hundreds of states committed to maintain in the first ministry meeting and the Summit of Democracies in year 2000, principles that are shared by most of the countries of Latin America and their regional organizations. We are a democratic community capable of learning, of listening, and correcting mistakes, capable of recreating a future for world democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador Leisner. Now I give the floor to the General Secretary of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, Leonardo Lomelí. Good afternoon. Mr. Secretary of Public Education, Councilor President of the National Electoral Institute, General Secretary of the OAS, Secretary of the Community of Democracies, for the National Autonomous University. Undoubtedly is a privilege to have been the venue for this 7th Latin American Forum for Democracy. In this splendid venue, which is one of the most emblematic buildings of the university, which is Palacio de Minería. I thank the School of Mining, the School of Engineering, who is the owner of this building, the facilities to perform this forum, which whose relevance is very important. In this way, we reiterate this tradition that started with the Federal Election Institute and continues with the National Election Institute, with which we share our goals, and we are aware of the goals that democracy is facing right now throughout the world, as well said by Maria Leisner. But we also trust in that these sickness of democracy is not going to turn into sickness with democracy, but will allow us to build a context of demand that helps strengthening and consolidating democracy. Like she said, the solution to the problems is more democracy. And for that, we are aware also of the relevance that colleges and institutions and higher education institutes must develop in this task. It's very important to build together a culture of tolerance, a culture of lawfulness, a culture demanding fulfillment of the rights, but also awareness on the responsibilities that the citizens must abide to in order to, in this way, live in harmony and in a state of law. The National Autonomous University of Mexico is committed with this task through its substantial function, the three functions that our organic law defines. Teaching by means of educating professionals in the levels of bachelor degrees, master degrees, and PhDs, but also through the education in high school, which is precisely the educational level in which citizens are educated in order to fulfill their rights. It also happens through research, social sciences and humanities research, but also scientific research that many times places us in the possibility to put at the reach of an ever greater public, and through the new technologies, information that is quite necessary for the responsible exercise of citizenship, and it is also through spreading and extending culture. Amongst the many activities of cultural extension that the university performs, for us it's a privilege to have this type of seminars or forums, and to do it also with institutions with which along our history we have had a very deep linkage, and we will still have it. I thank the National Electoral Institute again for the trust that they have deposited in us on requesting us not only to accompany them in this entrepreneur, but also to perform it in to have this 7th Latin American Forum for Democracy in the university. We also thank the participation of the Organization of American States, the Foreign Affairs Office, the General Secretary of Ibero-American Secretariat, and all the rest of the sponsors of this 7th Latin American Forum for Democracy. And we vow for the next versions of the same, keep contributing to perfect democracy in Latin America. From Mexico, we will always be willing to contribute, both in what has to do with the strengthening of the democracies in our country, as well as strengthening the Latin American democracy by restated what are the logo and the motto of our university states. For my race, my spirit will speak on behalf of my spirit. Thank you, Dr. Lomelí, for your words. Now the floor is for Luis Almagro, who is the General Secretary of the Organization of American States. Thank you all. The democratic institutions of our states must derive in a rigorous and sustainable fashion the political ethics in transparent use of the power to face efficiently poverty, to modernize education systems, to make our economies more competitive, and to generate efficient mechanisms to improve the distribution of income. Democracy, as well stated by the Inter-American Charter for Democracy, is a right for the people, and it's the obligation of the governments to guarantee it. This makes citizens to be in the center of the operation of the democracy. It's the most important position that democracy has, and the one that demands more responsibility and better conditions to exercise it in the dynamics of fundamental freedoms and civil and political rights. The Latin American Forum for Democracy was born from a shared concern from the Federal Electoral Institute, now the National Electoral Institute, and the OAS, because of the need of having exchange and discussion about current and future problems of democracy in the continent. Along these years, the Forum has analyzed democracy in from different points of view. It has contributed to important solutions and reflections around conjunctural topics and structural topics that include, from the state of democracy in Latin America, the relationship between money policy and politics and power, or the crisis of representation, democracy to the future, and the Latin American agenda for democracy. You have intensely worked on the relevance of civic education and the process of consolidating democracy in Latin America, including the analysis of key stakeholders such as civil society organization, political parties, the academia, and the electoral officials, amongst others. Education is definitely key when building democracy based upon citizens, based upon the right of the rights of the people. The Inter-American Democratic Charter, in its preamble, talks about the relevance of education for the education of citizens. Citizens today have many more responsibilities than what they have 15 years ago. Today, citizens have the dynamic to immediately report violations on the operation of democracy, violations on human rights, topics related with the environment. Citizens today have responsibilities to propose solutions to move forward the fundamental topics and the road that those topics must follow to find solutions that have a favorable impact in our societies. That implies the maximum freedom that the citizen can have, but also implies the maximum responsibility of the citizen. Citizens today are in the obligations to be accountable and responsible, and for that they need education. Citizens today have the responsibility of not saying the stupid things in the networks, of not having false reports. They have the responsibility to propose viable solutions and to stress topics that make the citizens and the communities with that dynamic of responsibility. They also have the maximum freedom to express themselves in each one of the states. And the dimensions of field work that we might have in a society. That definitely brings us closer to participative democracy of citizens that we might have in Greece, a democracy that didn't work bad, that worked quite well. In fact, that democracy lasted for 500 years, but it was a responsibility of each citizen with regards of each one of the topics that they had there and that help in the operation of the state and the public matters. Civic education then must consider those aspects. Sometimes democracy, which is the modus operandi, the natural modus operandi of political systems in the continent, less some exceptions, but in 34 countries, members of the OAS, definitely democracy is the system of operation that makes the social life of the system. And that requires, obviously, to update the political systems. It's not that democracy is under attack or under risk. I think democracy, the problem that democracy can face is that political systems have not been updated. They remain in unclosed systems. The levels of openings to the rights of citizens and the citizen participation as recognized in the Democratic Charter and as technologies permit now is not so easy to structure and to pass it, because some schemes obviously are a bit more rigid and that have imposed some refrains to these dynamics. Democracy essentially is having a permanent scrutiny of our actions. We are all politically accountable for everything we do, from every action we make. And that political responsibility is immediate. There are no phrases like history will have solved me, or present is what judges you today. And one of our positions can immediately create a viral reaction in the media, depending on if we have been consistent with the values of democracy and with the values of public honesty. So again, democracy implies. There's a quote that I liked, and I read it from a book by Bolivar, and it was something that was said during the crowning ceremonies in Spain around 1550. It said, "You who are equal as us, make you our Lord to protect our rights and our freedoms, and if not, no." And that was a right for the aristocrats at the time, has extended to all the people. We have the obligation to answer and to favorably solve each one of the fundamental liberties, each one of the political and civic rights that our citizens have. And that starts by being accountable in politics and from politicians towards people. Every day is more direct, every day is more specific, every day the rest it's more immediate and stronger. It is also done to answer permanent topics in our societies. The growth of citizen unsafety, which many times threatens institutionality because of the expansion of organized transnational crime, drug lords, collective gangs, and the interest that they have shown in the participation in politics. It is in the political system, is also in each one of the citizens to report it, and is in the state is in the obligation to protect those citizens to report these things. We have also to solve a serious problem that Latin Americans have had, and it's the frustration in development. We're always close to get the next step, allowing us to be developed societies, and still we lack. Those development problems many times may have to do with the gross national product of the way that gross national product is distributed, but it has more to do to access to rights and the equity that we might have in our society. Our societies are still quite unequal, the most unequal ones in the world, unequal in all the discrimination dynamics that the continent has, starting by gender, following by discrimination because of sexual orientation or race, and this has to do with discrimination variables that affect access to rights, that affect equity in the operation of the system, and that affect development. Development is a problem of rights, essentially. There are societies that have a large gross national product, and they are not going to be developed because access to the rights of their people are deficient. And there are societies that with less do more when we equate amongst each other. We have to be consistent with the commitment that we have. Audit of democracy starts inside the state itself. That makes us accountable essentially before the citizenships. We do not judge ourselves, citizens judge us, and we do not judge ourselves nationally and even not even in situations of crisis. The international community judges us according to the commitments that we have, like the OEA Charter, the Democratic Charter, as well as each one of the Human Rights Commissions. We have stated that we are accountable of fulfilling basic concepts of freedom of expression, honesty, pluripartitism, plurality at the time of expressing ideas, access and exercise of power according to the state of law are essential fundamental values that we all know where they are and how they operate. They make the essence of the democratic function, and that's the basis of the functioning of the democratic system. The good experiences here are very good to be transmitted, to translated. Bad practices are more easily copied than good practices, unfortunately. They do not need cooperation progress or to take them through financing. Bad practices, unfortunately, are copied as if they had a contagious effect. The democratic ideals that we aspire require collective effort, need to require being close to the people. Each one of the results that we might think in an election, in a referendum, in a plebiscite has to do with our connection with people and with the citizens. Civic education of quality and ethical exercise of public service and the honesty in the political representation of the citizens is an essential step to improve the quality of our democracies. Thank you very much. Thank you, General Secretary. So now we're going to give the floor to Lorenzo Cordova, Councilor President of the National Electoral Institute. Thank you. Dear Secretaries, Secretary of Public Education, General Secretary of National Autonomous University of the OAS and the Community of Democracies, thank you for being with us in this closing ceremony of this 7th Latin American Forum for Democracy. Thank you all for being with us today. It's been absolutely enriching, the exchange that we have had in this 7th Latin American Forum for Democracy. Today, after 3 days of works, I think we can feel satisfied on the reflections that we have heard here. It has been clear, according to what has been said in the tracks and the conversation and the conversations, about the lack of knowledge of what a democratic system is and the implication it has for all the public life. Absurd as it might seem, after 3 decades of transition, the authoritarian springs that appear in the form of an anti-politic discourse with no proposal that is anti-pluralistic and that delegitimates the authorities and in general terms vulgarizes politics are expressions that do not remember the priority that we've gave in this temporary arc to the design of procedures and the insufficient parallel care that we made to the creation of a civic culture that will accompany the institutional design of our democracies. And that is why disenchantment with politics and with the fundamental institutions of the democratic systems, such as political parties and parliaments, as much as they show evidence for that, is the simplistic expression and instinctive expression with regards to an institution scaffolding that is we still have not understood about its real scope and objective perspectives that must and would have. In this forum, we have seen how the lack of synchronicity between the evolution of electoral systems and civic culture explains in a good deal the cultural deficit that prevents the consolidation of Latin American democracies and is what feeds returning to the primary instincts, simplifying a rational and binary instincts that remit to authoritarian and excluding that have being expressed in the plebiscitary works in different parts of the world, which by the way, talks about a global phenomenon in democracies and not exclusively of Latin American countries. To counter-arrest these authoritarian pulses, we need to expand and vigorize understanding what democracy is, as well as to value it because of its contributions to exclusion, governability, and public peace. It calls our attention that from the different experiences and reflections of each one of the participants, there were agreements in 4 aspects, I think. First, in the risks that imply the lack of citizen participation in public decisions. Secondly, in the disaffection for the public thing as a distinctive symptom of our societies at this point in time. Third, in the potential disruptive effect that the new technologies might bring together and that not necessarily or automatically strengthen the sense of social cohesion, nor the responsibility or rationality that the democratic debate needs. And finally, in the 4th place, the indispensable role that schools have in the generation of civic culture and the daily practice of democratic values that can consolidate the progress that we have achieved in the institutional area in more than 2 decades. In fact, we can consider the essential role of schools in the confirmation of that new civic culture as a conclusive factor of the forum, role that must help in improving the public life in the years to come. 2 essential aspects that I want to recover in this arena and there was discussed in this forum was the social network and the generation gap. The social network, there's no doubt, contribute in a more immediate agile interaction between people in the framework of democracy because they represent through oceans for communication that made almost instantly call crowds with common or purposes of similar interest. Nevertheless, from our perspective, we need to be careful as not to overvalue the social media that are not and cannot be by their own nature the better space for democracy. I do not want to underestimate or that new dimension of social interaction. It will be a big mistake to underestimate it or put it aside. But we cannot assume either that the future of democracy is that the network is the only space in which the democratic game takes place, and that unavoidably we are entering into an era of what some people have called I-democracy. They cannot be and should not be, because, as Michelangelo Bodetto said, the social media have a tendency to become the space of close circles, many times self-referential, with a propensity to become new identity groups and differentiation groups from other groups. With that, I don't want to say that the social media are not useful to spread information and to propitiate an agile and immediate exchange between people. Amongst some people, we have to say, no way. What I want to state is that if we take as valid the classic section of Bobbio about democracy, that if it implies to exercise public power in public, the anonymity that the social media generate and the reduction to just references might be antithetic with that concept. The virtual spaces, if true that they are transforming modern world, we have to acknowledge that they cannot replace just like that and without distorting the deliberation and decision spaces that are indispensable and which are the ones that distinguish democracy. For instance, the so-called Arab Spring is a good example of how the networks are so powerful as to overthrow authoritarian regimes, but they are not necessarily enough or are not naturally aimed to build democratic regimes. Speaking of the generation gap that was phrased here as an intergenerational struggle, I think we should consider such gap as a distancing between the Latin American youth in terms of reference concerns and motivations from the generations that leave the authoritarianism and that fought to establish democracy in our continent. This lack of common references between one generation and the other, that is aggravated with the isolation produced by technology, in many cases has a clearly demographic explanation, and it might even help us understand the detachment with democracy. Based upon data from CEPAL, 620 million inhabitants estimated for Latin America in 2015, 52%. A little bit more than 320 million people are 29 years old or younger, which means that 1 of every 2 Latin Americans only has memories of a society with more rights and plurality in which they didn't have to fight to demonstrate themselves or to have the liberties that they have enjoyed since they were born. The former implies, and allow me to say this like this, that for 1 of every 2 Latin Americans, repression, authoritarianism, economic, social, and political exclusion, as well as the lack of institutional electoral, are more a topic of history books in the best of the cases, and they do not estimate that it can become a concern for the immediate future. Also thinking in the democratic challenges of the future, the life expectancy in the region is 80 years. In 20 years, we are going to remove the evaluation of those who remove authoritarianism by powers elected in the polls if we do not revindicate the values of democracy. We must remember that the path to democracy is not a one-way ticket, but it also can have a back ticket. Without being alarmist, I think we need to stress that we need to restate the role of public policies if we want to consolidate democracy in our region. Allow me to reflect on the challenges of democracies in the continent and the way in which we can prevent the transition process to democracy becomes the prelude of a precarization of our, if you like, deficitary democracies. Deliberations stated in this form allow us to state that civic culture can in fact become very important axis to consolidate the progress that we have achieved in more than a quarter of a century of perfecting a democracy. Also, we need to acknowledge that a cultural change is only possible with short, long, and mid-term commitments, which implies that satisfaction with democracy includes an intergenerational collective commitment to build and consolidate a citizenship that is informed and that participates in different spaces, that argues and demands from the authorities in a responsible manner. if we acknowledge that the risk that our citizens are not refractory to inequality, to intolerance, to discrimination and violence, that is an ever more important characteristics in our societies. If we agree in the risk that the propagation of the anti-political discourse and anti-pluralist discourse has, we have a good starting point for the redesign of a civic culture that must fight the visions, the simplifying, instinctive, basic, Manichaean and visions, and to stimulate the rational and inclusive public discussion of a good political co-living. Undoubtedly, democracy is a collective work that implies collective responsibilities from the electoral authorities, from the parties, from the government, from the media, from social organizations, from the school in the broad sense, and from the citizens themselves, it's primordial actors. This implies that also the solution to the cultural problem that democracies are suffering in the region can only be collective, that the consolidation of democracy requires the synergies that can be generated between public institutions, between public, private, and public institutions. And with that, and I'm truly going to finish, if we want to close the threats that are menacing our societies, the simplistic and Manichaean thinking that manipulate this, we have to create strategic alliances and collaboration instruments allowing to modulate and to potentiate public, national, and even regional public policies that provide viability to the democratic systems of the region in the mid and long term. Finally, on behalf of the councillors of the National Electoral Institute, we thank you all. We thank all who participate in the forum for their contributions, their reflections, and for the calling institutions the commitment to make this a privileged space to keep discussing the situation of democracies in Latin American democracies and their challenges. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Ahora para dar terminada
Thank you. To close our session, the floor goes to the Secretary of Public Education, Aurelio Nuño. Good afternoon. I greet you with pleasure, Luis Almagro, Secretary General of OAS. I am also greeting with with much pleasure Ms. Leisner, Secretary of the Community of Democracies, and of course Dr. Lorenzo Cordova, President of the National Electoral Institute of Mexico. Thank you and congratulations for the organization of this forum and to focus it on education and democracy. Thank you for your invitation. And also the Secretary General of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, our host in this beautiful space, in this beautiful venue. Thank you very much, Leonardo. I am also greeting the former presidents of Bolivia and Guatemala. Thank you for your company here. And of course, thank you all friends that are here with us today. I really congratulate you for organizing this forum and focusing on education, democracy and education, civic education, the relationship between one and the other, and the relevance that they mutually have for democracy. But democracy is important for education as education is important for democracy. Education and democracy, from my standpoint, are closely linked. And furthermore, that relationship is bidirectional. On one hand, democracy, particularly the exercise of democracy, implies in many ways pedagogy. The exercise of democracy requires a teaching technique to debate, to argument. It requires a pedagogy to learn how to respect the diverse standpoints and to be aware of the plurality that democracy implies. But it also requires a very important pedagogy that is not frequently mentioned but is very important. That is the respect for the rules. There is no possibility of a functional democracy without rules to be respected, and that is why its exercise also needs teaching. On the other hand, precisely so that this democratic exercise becomes deeper and more dynamic and authentic, it is necessary to have educated citizens capable of exercising their rights in a democracy and to exercise that teaching that is required in the exercise of the democratic life. Since children are very young, they must be prepared to be citizens for democracy. What does this imply? This implies educating children and youngsters that learn how to learn, that learn how to think, and how to generate hypotheses, to be critical, capable of generating information, and that they receive a deep education regarding plurality, respect for the rules, respect for the rule of law as an anchor for democracy, and of course that they learn how to discuss, how to debate, how to reason, how to use their language, because that is how you exercise democracy. This is a parliamentary, so it needs of these communication skills. In the same sense, today in Mexico, we are living a very important moment. We are implementing an education, a very deep educational reform that is closely linked to democracy. It is closely linked to democracy in several ways. The first one is in its procedure itself. This educational reform can be described as one of the deepest changes created as of the changes in democracy in Mexico. It was widely debated in the chamber of in Congress and in the Senate, and that's passed under several agreements after many debates that happened in the central space of democracy, which is Parliament. Secondly, it is deeply democratic in its structure, or structurally. That is to say, in the relationship that we have in educational terms between society and state, between state, parents, and the state and the teachers. Why? Because this is an educational reform that transforms the educational system that used to be clientelar, dark, and authoritarian, to a system that is based on rules, very clear rules of rights and duties, centered on merits and, of course, on transparency, with an additional topic regarding the rights of citizens and the state, focusing this education reform on something that seems to be obvious, but that was not really happening. That is that the fundamental right of education is the right of children to a quality education above any other right in the educational system. That's why this reorganization was accomplished, to reorganize that corporate and dark and authoritarian regime by a new regime that is based on clear rules on transparency and merit, and focusing on the right of children to a quality education. Finally, the reform, it was substantial. Part of this reform is a pedagogical reform. That is the heart and the soul of this reform, implying the transformation as well of a bureaucratic and authoritarian school for an open, democratic institution where children learn to learn and where they can be happy, which is one of the objectives of democracy. This part of the educational reform that is under discussion, that is the educational model, where, by the way, we have discussed the documents that the Department of Education has presented in several forums in the exercise of democratic debate. More than 190 local forums to discuss the best way of transforming this authoritarian school and bureaucratic and vertical school for the new one, which is democratic, open, more autonomous, where we can insert a new pedagogical model to get rid of the idea of educating, of memorizing and accumulating information or data for an education where they learn how to learn, when they learn how to reason, how to think. A pedagogy that allows children to feel sure of themselves, self-assured, so that they can compete and be victorious in life, and also to exercise their democratic rights, that they know how to think, how to generate hypotheses, that they learn how to discuss. So, therefore, we will be creating students capable of bearing with the responsibilities of democracy, fulfilling, exercising their rights, but in a responsible manner through this educational process. This is the objective, our objective. And this is the idea of the educational system that we are looking for. We are looking for an educational system that is democratic, to help us to consolidate democracy in our country because of the type of citizens that we intend to educate. So this educational reform will be capable of rendering. I remember reading somewhere in a book by Roberto Bobbio, where Bobbio, following Alexis de Tocqueville, amongst others, said that a fully exercised democracy where citizens discuss and vote and they demand their rights from a global perspective of the needs of their communities and their countries is part of an education for democracy. And this breaks with what we would call the clientelar democracy, just aiming for the specific benefit of a small group instead of the reflection of what democracy needs collectively. In that sense, education is absolutely key. This is why we are having this educational transformation in our country, and that will be a big contribution for democracy and democracy for education. To close, I would say that the articulating axis of Mexico as a country, the articulation axis during these 3 decades has been democracy. The articulation axis of our country to consolidate that democracy and to consolidate our economy will be education for the next few decades. A quality education providing children and youngsters the knowledge and tools so that they can be victorious and to have a better job and to be more free. Why? Because they will have more options if they have a better knowledge, but most importantly so that they are comprehensively educated under a humanistic perspective. That's what we're looking for, educating for liberty, for creativity, allowing us to consolidate our country as a democratic republic, vibrant and vigorous, with a center of democracy for freedom and creativity. So I truly congratulate you for this forum and for allowing me to talk to you in this closure and to reiterate my congratulations and telling you that I am committed to educate for democracy. If I am allowed, I will declare the closure of this forum. At 14 hours and 43 minutes of Friday, October the 7th of year 2016, I am pleased to declare formally closed the activities of the 7th Forum for Latin American Education, Latin American Democracy, Education and Citizen Ethics, Challenges for the Strengthening of Democracy. I am sure that the opinions shared in this important forum will be useful for the construction of new ways in the construction of a more democratic society. Congratulations for all of you, for all the participants. Thank you.
Now if you feel that you can't go on because all of your hope is gone and your life is filled with much confusion until happiness is just an illusion and your world around is crumbling down, darling, reach out, reach out. I'll be there with the love that's a shelter